Jeff Pratt, I think you're off mute at the moment, just to say.
Chair, we're now live on YouTube. When you're ready, would you like to start the meeting?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to East Devon District Council's virtual Strategic Planning Committee on today, the Tuesday, the 9th of August 2022. I'm the Chair, Councillor Paul Arnott. Based on a decision of Council to continue virtual meetings until the 31st of October 2022, may I remind both members and public attending or watching that the Council has delegated much of its decision-taking power to our senior officers. We'll continue to adhere as closely as possible to the procedural rules detailed in our Constitution. In the event that we lose the internet, we'll try to get back on, but if after 15 minutes we haven't been able to, we'll have to adjourn and reconvene at a later date. It hasn't happened yet. If you wish to comment, please raise your electronic hand and wait to be called. Any members of the public who wish to view the agenda, it's at eastdevon.gov.uk. Before we go on, I would just like to make a Chair's parish announcement that I hope is helpful to speakers and members, and it regards what I propose to do later at recommendation 1, and I will propose from the Chair this wording: that the Strategic Planning Committee recommend that the proposed site allocations in this committee report may proceed to consultation, and that would be different from what is currently drafted, which is recommend endorsement of the sites proposed as preferred allocations for development in this committee report. So obviously I don't wish to in any way anticipate or lead debate, but I am minded to do so later, and I hope that informs the debate as we move forward. I would also like to say it's going to be a very long day today. We will take regular breaks, and we will certainly have a break probably about 1 o'clock. Please keep your fluid intake going. We're going to need sharp minds. We'll do our best to get to the end of the agenda today, but we won't do it in under undue stress. And if we don't make it to the end, we'll have to do it on another day as well. So thank you very much for that. If we can now move on, please, to a roll call of committee members present, led by our DSO, Wendy Harris.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll start with you, Councillor Arnott.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Davey, Vice Chair.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Allen. Councillor Bailey. Councillor Blakey.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Hayward.
Present. Thank you, Wendy.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Howe. Councillor Ingham.
Yeah, present. And Jess Bailey is here. She's on mute.
Sorry, I just lost my unmute button. I'm here. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Present. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Ledger.
Present. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Moulding.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Present. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just go back? Do we have Councillor Howe in? I do know he was coming, so he's probably a little bit late. And Councillor Allen? No. Okay. Thank you, Chair. We are caught up for today's meeting.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, members. We now go to agenda item 1, which is public speaking. And I believe we've got 5 speakers currently registered to speak. And I'm on my list here. I have Councillor Ian Barlow speaking on behalf of Sidmouth Town Council on Sidmouth allocation to go first. So over to you, Ian, when you're ready, please.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking on behalf of Sidmouth Town Council. My first point is to welcome the approach which East Devon are following, which is to consult and to listen. And this is very much a breath of fresh air. I acknowledge that the planners have a difficult job to meet the government's expectations in terms of housing allocation. This is particularly so in Sidmouth, where the planners themselves acknowledge that the constraints imposed by the AONB on 3 sides and the C on the other. I very much hope that the proposed allocations across East Devon are being made on the basis basis of what is practical rather than each town having to take a share. The constraints which the plans have identified unfortunately mean that the town council has to object to all the suggested allocations because they all fall within the AONB. Under national policy, development should only be allowed in the AONB if it can't be located elsewhere, which doesn't just mean elsewhere in Sidmouth. None of the sites proposed are ranked higher than pink, which is defined as a poor site with large constraints. Although we don't support it, we can see the logic of allocating Sidmouth 01 at Walbrook. However, we are very strongly against allocating Sidmouth 06 at Sidford. Not only is this site within the AONB, but is also protected under Policy 3 of the Sid Valley Neighbourhood Plan, which is aimed at preventing the coalescence of Sidbury and Sidford. However, we're not being NIMBY-ish about this, and we would respectfully suggest that the planners look again at the potential allocation of new sites within Sidmouth itself, where there are a number of sites, both currently under development or proposed, which should be taken into account. We can work with the planners to try to identify these if this will help. Thank you for listening. That's from the council. I would just like to say, on a personal point of view, that from previous experience in Sidmouth, once you accept the local plan, it's very, very difficult, if not impossible, to deny planning permission at a later date, as Sidmouth found out with the previous administration's local plan and our unwanted, unnecessary employment land. It has caused disquiet and mistrust in our district council ever since. We hope that the new administration that was born out of this distrust of the previous council and their cavalier attitude to local opinion will listen and act for the good of the people, and the right decisions, not just the easy ones, will be taken. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barlow. Hugely enjoyed both Sidmouth Town Council's official representation and your, as ever, energetic editorialising afterwards, which I have some sympathy with. Thank you for that. We now go to, I hope he's ready, Councillor Roger Giles, please, speaking on behalf of Ottery St Mary Town Council. Roger.
Good morning, Paul, Chairman. Before I start my official response on behalf of Ottery St Mary Town Council, I would just like to take the opportunity to say how sorry I was to learn of the death of Val Ranger, who was a lovely person and an exceptional councillor, and there have been very many people who miss her very much indeed. So I just wanted to say that. Roger,
thank you. And just prior to moving on, because it will be a change of gear, won't it? Just to say that at the moment, her sons are considering how they would wish us as a council to respond moving forward. So at the moment, it's just her passing is noted on her page on the website, but the council hasn't made any official statement of any kind yet, which will be agreed with Chris and Richard this week. But thank you for raising it, and you know, we are heartbroken. Thanks for it.
Thank you. So thanks for again having the opportunity to speak about the East Devon local plan on behalf of Ottery St Mary Town Council. On Friday, you received a message from the Town Council, which expresses its concern about the level of housing proposed for Ottery, and its concern about the sites proposed to deliver that number of homes. I'm not going to repeat all those compelling arguments, Chair, other than to stress that Ottery received a greater percentage growth of housing, 25%, than any other town in East Devon in the present local plan. The essence of planning is sustainability. Ottery is the least sustainable town in East Devon. Ottery St Mary Town Council most certainly does not wish to get into an argument with its neighbouring town councils, but cannot help noticing in the paperwork before you today that Hutton, which is 2.5 times larger than Ottery and has a railway station from which it is possible to reach the heart of Exeter in less than half an hour, is scheduled to receive less dwellings, 182 compared to 248. Seton and Sidmouth, which are both substantially larger than Ottery, are also scheduled to receive less houses than Ottery. But most glaring of all, Chair, is Exmouth, almost 10 times the size of Ottery, with a railway station and a planned multi-million-pound road improvement scheme recently announced, it is set to receive just 302 dwellings, a growth rate of less than 2%. And I must say, Chair, it's distinctly odd that whereas several unsuitable greenfield sites in Ossory are proposed for housing, brownfield sites in the heart of Hutton, that's Hutton 11, the old cattle market, which would deliver 57 homes, and Hutton 5, the old foundry, which would deliver 40, have not been. That does seem to suggest a strange selection system. But I'm here to talk about Ossory sites. It's quite extraordinary that officers have proposed inclusion of Ossory 9, GHED 28. This is the site west of Cadet Lane, which the East Devon District Council Planning Committee refused planning permission on the 6th of January 2020. The reasons for refusal included, and I quote, "The proposed development is located in the countryside outside of any built-up area boundary and with no planning policy support for residential development in this location." It also goes on to say the resulting harm from the development to the visual amenity of the wider area of both close and distant views outweighs any benefits from the development. So that was very clear, Chair. If I went into the other sites proposed in detail, I imagine I would exceed my time allocation. But the points made about the one I've just referred to, GHED 28, apply equally to other proposed greenfield sites to the west of Ossory. Thank you very much for listening, Chair.
Thank you very much for those contributions, Roger, all of which will be noted and minuted, as will all contributions from all public speakers today, so that our officers can respond to them with members in due course. Thank you. Our next speaker, please, is Mr. Andy Roberts, who's speaking on behalf of the North East Exmouth Residents Group. Thank you, Andy.
Good morning, members of the committee and officers. Hello again. I'd like to make 3 points. One was a parochial issue about a site near me, Limpston 10 and 15. And I was disappointed that EDDC's method of measuring the distance to the nearest facility is as the crow flies, from the closest point on the site rather than from the centre of the site down available roads or footpaths. This site is definitely a long way away from almost all facilities. I also don't understand how any footpath can be provided from this site down Holland Road. Are EDDC proposing to make a compulsory purchase of land and fell numerous trees on the roadside covered by TPOs? The Heller panel don't recommend this site, so I'm not sure what justification there is for putting this forward as a preferred or even a second choice. I believe this site is totally unsustainable. My second point is the plan consultation dates. Can you advise when the plan will come out for public consultation and for how long it will be, consultation period will be? And then my third point is on strategic issues. We understand the issues in East Devon and in Exmouth, and in particular regarding the constraints and restrictions on where to build and the unrealistically high housing targets set by government. However, we don't understand the lack of strategic thinking and focus that would help reduce building more houses in Exmouth, which is fast becoming a dormitory town for Exeter. Please look at greater emphasis focus on providing additional houses through the development of a new community in the Hill Barton area of East Devon and a much higher target number of dwellings in the plan period. It needs to be consistent with the district's own climate emergency strategy, which both has a much higher target for the number of houses in this new settlement and in building houses near areas of employment rather than encouraging commuting. Please also look much harder at brownfield sites and encouraging private landowners in Exmouth town centre to develop affordable housing that is sustainable. Looking at the Exmouth map, and I would suggest that Councillor Roger Giles does that, Exmouth town centre is failed to find a single site from all the proposed developments they're on, and all the proposed developments are on the outskirts. And I think you can see that quite clearly from the map of Exmouth. Thank you very much for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, which I'm sure will be rather long, hopefully not too arduous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. And if I may remind you and all public speakers that after we ruthlessly eject you from the meeting at the end of this bit, you're able to continue watching it on YouTube. In the garden with a PIMS would be the way I'd do it if I were you, and not an option open to any of us. And I'm grateful to you, two excellent speakers, both you and Roger Giles, and you can see the dilemmas, can't you, that the government's housing numbers thrust upon us. Your point is well made about continuing to develop our strategic thinking, and that's noted. Can I just come to Ed very quickly, just to clarify the dates on consultation and how long that consultation will be open for? Ed, if you're happy just to take that.
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Chair. Yes, so the intention is to go out to consultation on a draft of the local plan from mid-October for 8 weeks until about mid-December. That's the plan. Okay,
thank you very much. Yes, and that's obviously contingent upon the progress we make today and on future meetings as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. We now come to Margaret Leopard from the Seton Flood Working Group. Over to you, please, Margaret.
In the light of recent extensive flooding in Seton and adolescent sustainable urban drainage technology in new builds, would the committee apply the precautionary principle and consider innovative ways of liberating and using existing housing stock? Currently, the scientific community reports there is a particular lack of understanding around changes to short duration rainfall extremes, which are especially hazardous and occur with little warning. Seton's extensive and underreported watercourse and rainfall flooding last October is a testament to these changes. The geology of Seton area is unchanged since 2010, when Halcrow reported that Mercia mudstone groups lead to significant surface runoff. Recently, Southwest Water advised us that the soil in Seton impedes drainage. Current planning guidance requires a basic calculation for water attenuation. Other councils add 10% storm drainage, but with the aim of 40% betterment over greenfield runoff. Effective SUDs depend critically on both a geology that facilitates infiltration and drainage and a receiving watercourse to convey water away from the site. Runoff from the western flank of the town, where there has been recent development, seem to be implicated in the novel internal flooding that occurred particularly in the northeast of Seton, immediately south of Seat 05 site. Ownership, route and condition of some critical culverts and watercourses that overtopped is still unclear, but important. With unchanging geology, still no statutory technical standards for SUDs, only complex and expensive ways of determining riparian ownership and proactive maintenance and repair of watercourses, the committee should be extremely cautious about disproportionate housing expansion in Seton, where the externalized cost of injudicious use of adolescent technologies is likely to be borne by the existing population in the currency of internal flooding and near misses. In the strategic plan, the precautionary principle should apply and innovative ways of liberating and using existing housing stock be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Margaret. Absolutely fascinating contribution. And you are right to identify that so much of this does seem to slip between agencies. And you mentioned riparian obligations. You mentioned quite often people simply don't know where these drainage systems are as well. So that is well noted. Thank you very much for that contribution. Can we come finally, as a public speaker, to Mr. Michael Searle, please, to speak about Seton 03 and 05. Over to you, please, Michael.
Good morning. I've got quite a few points really to talk about, mainly as a citizen of Seton, just wanting answers really as to why certain things are being allowed. So I'm sort of talking about sites 3 and 5, as you've just mentioned. And I'd like to know, why is it being considered to allow building in the green wedge space that has been protected by the local plan, both in 2013 to 2031 EDLP, page 41, and in the East Devon Draft Local Working Plan 2020 to 2040, page 122, policy 71, page 302. These sites have been refused for planning 4 times in the past, once for 03 and 3 times for 05. Planning reference numbers are in the email, if you would like to refer to those. Proposed sites 03 and 05 are within the green wedge, making them unsuitable to be considered for planning and development, especially while there is brown sites still available in the town. My main concerns are infrastructure. So our schools, doctors, NHS dentists, sewage are all at capacity now, and all fall under the RD&E hospital as well, which is already long waiting lists and extreme A&E waiting times. So before any consented or considered applications are built, is the lack of infrastructure going to be dealt with first? Carbon emissions also could be an issue. Travel away from Seton for work is inevitable. There is no work in Seton to subsidise multiple housing developments. This means that travel away from Seton would be necessary. So quite opposed to improving carbon emissions, and it'll be damaging for the environment. Flooding, as Margaret has just spoken about. So the Environment Agency map shows that Harepath road sites are in the highest level of future flooding. There has been multiple floods over the last few years. So in 2016, Baker Estates built Rowan Drive extension. Flooding occurred down Harepath Road. In 2012, flooding occurred at Seton Wetlands. In 2021, most recently, Buttercup Close, which lays adjacent to sites 3 and 5, suffered flooding, all of which evidence is available, photographic. What flood prevention is going to be carried out to prevent future flooding in the town, should those sites be allowed for planning? Roads, any exit onto Collerton and Seton Road is incredibly dangerous. It's a winding, narrow road, no pavement, 60-mile-an-hour speed limits. Local tourists, tourists and local families cross the road there to enjoy the wetlands. Do you consider exits onto this road to be acceptable or safe? And if so, what are you going to do to make it safe? There are multiple brownfield sites in Seton. The Rakell site has been allowed to stand empty for years.
It's your 3 minutes, Mr. Searle, if you could wrap up.
Okay. Yeah, Ecology as well. That's one. With the wetlands being there, run by the council, I think it's just, yeah, very important for tourism, very important for local people, very important for wildlife. Bechstein bats are found there. It's all part of the flight path. So yeah, just to wrap up, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Searle. If it's of any interest, I think the first speech I ever gave at East Devon District Council as a member of the public 10 years ago was about protecting the green wedge between Collerford and Seton, and that was one on that occasion. And the issues you raise, my view is that we as a committee have heard this from you and from all the other people today, and we cannot unhear what has been said, neither can the officers. So I think you can take it as read that the contributions today will be taken into serious consideration as we move forward. So thank you very much to you. and to Councillor Barlow, Councillor Giles, Andy Roberts and Margaret Leopard. I will now ask our DSOs to put you back into the lobby, but you're welcome to continue to watch the meeting on East Devon District Council's YouTube account. So I'll just wait while Debbie slowly makes it.
Chair, we do have a couple of hands up.
Ah, are these hands from members? Yes, okay. Should we remove the public first or treat? No, I suppose these members are speaking as members of the public, aren't they, effectively? So in which case, yes, thank you very much for that, Wendy. Coming then to Councillor Jeff Young, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to say the following as board member for Woodbury and Lympstone. There is considerable understandable concern from residents living close to what I would describe as the Lympstone-Exmouth gap. Hutton Road, coming off the common, is a green gateway into Exmouth, and this whole area needs to remain green. We lose that, we lose the identity of Exmouth, and Little Lympstone is swallowed into the urban landscape of Exmouth. The Exmouth-Lympstone gap must be, at all costs, be preserved. Over the last 12 months, the press reports with their inaccurate reporting showing maps of every side coming forward, swamping Exmouth and Lympstone and Woodbury. It's understandable residents wanted more information, and both Woodbury and Lympstone parish councils reacted well to these concerns. Firstly, to quell some of the concerns at their various meetings, but also helping councillors gain knowledge of what residents wanted or didn't want. They want to preserve the village identity, to keep a strong community and strong cohesion, as these are extremely important to them. They saw the sense of a large new town north of the Sidmouth Road, near to the airport, which will help stem overdevelopment across the existing communities. They want more access to new open green spaces, improved nature, more protection to wildlife, better, bigger green wedges, such as sands and items such as sands areas. They wanted to improve and increase footpaths, cycleways, connections, bridleways. They want increased tree planting, better preservation, more ponds. They want better infrastructure links, bus, train services, reduce speed limits, but plus better amenity space, well-being, leisure space. Any new homes to be carbon neutral, EV points, and promote green living. Can we deliver in this area of Exmouth, Lympstone, and Woodbury 824 houses? And provide the better biodiversity and greener area? I think we can. With some thought and some compromises, I believe that Woodbury can provide, Woodbury has provided a master plan that delivers both, and the same can be done for Lympstone, which we're working on at the moment, and I believe it can also be done for Exmouth. However, it is not how we are doing it today by looking at each proposed site individually, but looking at what's important to the whole parish or the town and its relationship to its surroundings, and fitting the sites into a master plan, making sure we don't destroy that specific identity. It's like a big jigsaw. No point in trying to fit the pieces together if you cannot see the whole picture. As I see it, the whole picture is enhance and improve the remaining countryside, improve public access, build the housing in Woodbury and Exton in locations that would provide further community benefit. In Lympstone, build what's required, but away from the Exmouth-Lympstone gap. And for Exmouth, avoid the gap and build elsewhere with infill and on the boundary, but don't make the previous mistakes. And this time provide access to the countryside and allow fingers of the countryside to spread into Exmouth. It can be done. but remember, mind that gap. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young. A point really well made. How do we, when we don't have the benefit in every single community of a particular sort of development corporation or whatever you call it, a regeneration group or anything, how do we make sure that we do the right thing, and that what we're not doing is just going site by site and then saying retrospectively, so now work with that, guys. So we need to find that as a committee and as a council, how to do these things in the most collaborative way. And I think I would recommend anybody who was listening to that to perhaps watch what Jeff has said again, because what it's doing is, he was saying that there are ways to do this with biodiversity, but nevertheless accepting that there has also to be some housing numbers included. Councillor Marianne Rickson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Following on from Councillor Ian Barlow, who spoke on behalf of the Town Council, I'm also a Town Councillor. Having looked at the sites for all our major towns, Sidmouth is the only town which has no sites whatsoever which are shaded dark green, light green or yellow. That's termed 4 to 6 in terms of suitability. Due to high demand, I suspect that all the most viable sites have already been built out. This is why we object to all the sites shown in this report. All of them are contrary to AONB and neighbourhood plan policy. As Ian has already said, the only logical site remaining is the Woolbrook site. However, I would draw your attention to the fact that there are quite a lot of sites in the pipeline, all likely to happen in Sidmouth. Therefore, we feel these sites should take precedence over any pink level 3 sites. This includes the site at Sidford, which has high landscape impact and will lead to more coalescence with Sidbury. The logic of gradually whittling down from grade 6 sites to grade 3 and below leads to the inevitable conclusion that even less viable sites will be put forward and may be approved in future. I sincerely hope you resist this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rickson, and those comments noted as well. So once again, thank you to all public speakers and to other members of the council who spoke in this agenda item 1. And members of the public will now go into the waiting room. But as I said before, please do pick this up on YouTube and watch the rest of the meeting if you're so minded.
Chairman, if I may, there are 3 more speakers, actually from the councillor's side. I don't know if they're showing up on your screen.
Okay. Oh no, some late hands. Councillor Twist, I'm very grateful to you, and therefore I nominate you to be the first of these 3 late hands. So over to you, please, Phil.
Very gracious of you. Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. I'll be brief. Now, following on from the contributions from Ian Barlow and Roger Giles, I also recognise that Honiton needs to take its share of new homes. And I put something in the mix which not many people are talking about, but there should be, I think, a designation for key worker accommodation. We're desperately short of people working particularly in the health and well-being sector, whether that's in the NHS or for care workers. I'd also make the point, what's the point of AONBs if we're talking about having allocations, admittedly as a second choice within the AONBs? At what point do we stop? Do we protect these valuable spaces, or do we just ignore the boundaries of them and carry on building into them? So that's my contribution, short and sweet, and thank you for indulging me.
I'm very grateful to you, Councillor Twist, for your quote. I've just written down, Devon County Council portfolio holder says, what's the point in AONBs? So thank you for that. That's noted. Now, that is a very good point, though.
It was rhetorical, of course, as you've spotted.
Indeed. Thank you. But, you know, forgive me for teasing you. Councillor Maddie Chapman, please.
Thank you, Chair. Following on from Councillor Young, I would like to endorse what he's saying there. We have at the moment, excuse me, Goodmore's Farm, which they've doing the site now, which is 250 houses. No infrastructure for residents, so you obviously are aware the residents are very unhappy. Exmouth cannot sustain any more development. The old drains are not coping. Sewerage, which Jess Bailey, I understand, knows too well about. Southwest Water, flooding. The NHS is under pressure. The road congestion, like Councillor Young said, is absolutely horrendous. It takes 3/4 of an hour to an hour to get into Exeter in the morning. We have parking problems. Sports England has said we're short on playing fields. We have no infrastructure north of Exmouth in all the developments up here. So we have 5,000 residents with no shops or anything like that. So really and truly, I think Exmouth has reached saturation point on this part of the town, and the residents are really up in arms that this has been put forward, because we had 3 consultations on Goodmore's Farm. Everything the residents asked for, they have got nothing. So they are very, very mindful that whatever is agreed up here, it will not be for the benefit of Exmouth and put pressure on services that are no longer sustainable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. All of those points noted, and these have been problems, haven't they? They've been welling up for a long time, and it's been made by Councillor Twiss. Very good point. Key worker accommodation. It's not strictly speaking what we're talking about today, but it is right that we note these, and we note, as ever, the pressure that these very strange housing numbers that are being forced upon us are putting on us as communities as well. And we may or may not be able to do something by asking the central government to help. But when it's back in business, perhaps in October or November, we can maybe move that on. Right, now, I think we've got Councillor Dan Ledger, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll be declaring an effects NRI, which is, an effects and prejudicial NRI, or when we come to Seton 02. So as per our new code of conduct, I've got to speak in the public section for that site. I'm a neighbouring resident of it. I've been spoken to a lot about from neighbours regarding this site, and especially during the HELAR process, it became very apparent that this site is not deliverable. That is my key issue with it. There's 3 issues. We've heard today about drainage and flooding concerns. A number of neighbouring houses going down Barnard's Hill Lane flooded previously over the last few years. There is a key thing, but I believe that can be sorted through the planning process. Deliverability is the key one for this site. There's a ransom strip to the south side of it, where the developers at the HELAR process said that would never be granted. And then the only access down Barnard's Hill Lane is a single track road with a Devon bank going down it and allotments to the other side. In our appendix papers, it says that this can be self-contained within the site. I don't believe that to be the case, because it's covered by ransom strips all the way around. So it's fine for us allocating it, but I want us to be very clear that it's not a deliverable site. And that's my key concern, is when we are looking at a 5-year land supply, we want good deliverable sites for the region that are in sustainable sites. And personally, I don't believe this is one. Lastly, at our last meeting, we spoke about the beer quarry caves and the back routes. This comes over one of the main routes. So we've protected it in one meeting, and then the next one we're agreeing to put forward one of the main routes, cutting it off. So it's not a great optics for the committee. So I'll leave it there. I'll declare my interest in the next agenda item. But thank you very much for letting me speak, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ledger. And I hope it helps members and the committee to just say that at this stage, I am minded to feel that what we should be doing is recommending to agree to these sites going forward for consultation, and that we are not endorsing them, which is what the current wording says. And in that scenario, I would imagine things like the pinch point, the back pinch point, would come into, and the flooding points would certainly come into consideration during consultation. Right, thank you very much, everybody. Let me just double check and make sure there are, yeah, Councillor Fred Cahill, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll try and be as brief as possible. My question, I'd like to put to, well, I'd like to make my comments to everybody, but I'd like to put the question to Mr. Freeman at the end. I'm very concerned because when we look at all these things for development, do we learn from the past? Now, we currently have, as Councillor Chapman has talked about, the Goodmore's Farm site, which has a lot of work going on at the moment in preparation for building the houses. And, you know, we've seen quite a movement of contractors and pipes being put in and such forth. Now, there's been a very large drainage pipe that's been installed going under Denon Way. And it's joined up with another sewage pipe that comes off the Byron Way, Whitman Close estate. Now, it feeds into that pipe, and I've got this on a good source of information, but that pipe, the current sewage pipe, not the new one, the old one, the existing one that comes off the Byron Way estate, apparently is not adopted by South West Water, and it's collapsed and it's broken and it's blocked, yet we've allowed or South West Water have connected a new pipe into it. Now, I do question, when we give planning permission for these development sites, now I know that East Devon District Council are not responsible for the drainage and the sewage pipes, but do we not, as a planning authority, actually take South West Water or the developers to task if the sewage and drainage system new going into old and existing is not fit for purpose? Why are we allowing new sewage and water drainage to join up with old that is not adopted by South West Water and is not fit for purpose? No wonder we have the problems that we do have. And yet we're talking now about building more houses and more houses and more houses, which will impact on our sewage and our drainage system, which is we have already got a massive impact on. So I'll leave it there, and that's the question for Mr. Freeman. Do we not look at this and take these people to task? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cahill. Ed, this is a point that's been raised by a number of speakers and comes up, and it does seem to be a lacuna, doesn't it? We, in each community, those of us who know them well are aware of existing problems with drainage and then with sewage, and in the way that all sorts of foul waters and rainwaters and whatever feed down. And we know, you know, in a other part of the jungle, we've got the problems with the phosphates in the Axe Valley. But in planning terms, where in the process are we, picking up Fred's point, where do we really take that into consideration? So, and is it us, or is it South West Water, or is it the Environment Agency? How would that work through consultation on those, but also through a planning application eventually coming forward?
Thank you, Chair. Well, it works at both stages of the process, fundamentally through the local plan process. Once we have a clear idea as to where we're envisaging as a council accommodating growth, we can clearly have some serious conversations with South West Water and other infrastructure providers about the implications of that for their infrastructure, what additional infrastructure would need to be provided, and how that happens, and ensure that that happens in a timely way to meet those needs. But it does start with us understanding where we want to accommodate growth. Otherwise, we can't really have those conversations, because infrastructure providers can't then assess the impact on their infrastructure. So this is sort of the starting point of the conversation. This is where I would remind members that we're actually at quite an early stage of plan production still, and through consultation on the draft plan we need to have those conversations. So that happens through the plan making process, and then also in terms of applications. So for example, in terms of the Goodmoors Farm development, we will have consulted South West Water and had their views on that application, and had they raised concerns, then no doubt those would have been addressed and worked through. But ultimately, if an infrastructure provider says that their network can accommodate the demands arising from the development, then it's very difficult for us to question that. They are the experts, they know their network. The South West Water one is doubly complicated because obviously developers have to apply direct to South West Water to connect to their network and pay connection charges and contributions to upgrading of networks as well outside of the planning process. So I don't know what kind of discussions may have taken place in terms of that site and what upgrades they may be funding off the back of that. But ultimately, from a planning point of view, we consult with those infrastructure providers such as South West Water, understand any issues and seek to resolve them in partnership with those infrastructure providers, both through the plan making process and at planning application stage. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Ed. I suppose the answer, Fred, is eternal vigilance, isn't it? And, you know, keep making the point at every single stage.
Well, thank you, Chair, but that didn't really answer the question, but perhaps I need to post the question to South West Water and we'll see what their answer is.
That does seem to be, it is interesting, South West Water, poacher or gamekeeper discussed.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, right.
Sorry, Chair, you were on mute for that last section.
Oh, I was just saying how good it was to see Councillor Mike Howe and to tee him up. Mike, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And it's actually just to pick up the point on what Mr. Freeman's just been saying, and obviously our esteemed Exmouth councillors as well. I suppose my point I wish to make is consistently South West Water has not been forthcoming with the whole truth on sewage issues. And I just wish to be, we as a council, you know, Mr. Freeman and his officers need to be very sceptical in anything that is said, and take it with a pinch of salt, unfortunately, because they're not fixing the issues. They're still ongoing. And in fact, you know, if I use here Cliff St Mary as an example, which we've discussed in many times, they've gone back to a scheme as their current fix that they dismissed 5 years ago because they tried it and it failed. So, as I say, they haven't fixed it. It's still ongoing. They haven't got a plan for a fix. The plan is one they've thrown out, you know, as I say, and we are going to make the situation worse if we're not very careful, and we just need to be mindful of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howe, very much. Good to conclude this section with one of our favourite old songs there from Councillor Howe, which even though we've heard it before, is always worth hearing again, I think. So thank you for that, Mike. How on earth do we square that circle? It's going to be a challenge, isn't it, for years to come. I think we're going to need government help, probably. Right, so once again, that's thank you to all members who have helped there or contributed there. Thank you very much. We now go to agenda item 2. I see, Debbie, we've still got some public speakers in the meeting. Do we need to take a moment to...
Yep, I'll just remove those to the waiting room, Chair, but you can continue with the item.
Lovely, thank you very much. Right, agenda item 2, members of strategic planning, is the minutes of our previous meetings held on the 12th of July 2022, pages 3 to 8 in your agenda. If anyone has a comment on these minutes, please raise your electronic hand. If I see no raised hands, I'll take it as an indication that you're happy for the minutes to be noted. And I see no hands. Shout if you can't get your hand up. No hands, no shouts, in which case those are noted. Thank you very much. For agenda item 3, Wendy, do we have any apologies?
Yes, we do. We have 2 apologies, Councillor Rylance and Councillor Chamberlain.
Thank you very much indeed. Staying with Wendy for agenda item 4, which is declarations of interest. Over to you, please, Wendy.
Thank you, Chair. Can I begin with you, please?
None.
Lovely, thank you. Councillor Davey.
Well, obviously I'm a resident of Exmouth, so I think it's an effects NRI, but I'm no more or less affected than any other resident, but I might be affected by development within Exmouth, so effects NRI.
What item are you declaring that in relation to?
Sorry, yep, that's to do, Mrs. Shaw, with all the sites in Exmouth. Because of increased traffic or whatever is likely to affect me. But
so that's item 8.
Yes.
All sites in Exmouth.
All sites in Exmouth. Yes. I wouldn't say any particular one is any more likely than any other.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to Councillor Allen. Do you have any declarations?
No, I have no declarations. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Hi, Wendy. Yes, I do have a declaration. As a Devon County Councillor, Devon County Council have got a site. Well, they're talking about a site this morning in Ottery St Mary, and it's also their site will be part of the discussions probably this afternoon. So I have taken advice on this and looked at the complicated flow chart, and I think that my interest is an effects NRI, which means that I will participate in the discussion because I don't believe it affects me more than anybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's item 7 and 8, isn't it, then?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Blakey.
None, thank you, Wendy.
Lovely. Councillor Hayward.
Thank you, Wendy. I have an effects NRI in my employment with Axminster Town Council for agenda items 7 and 8, and also an effects NRI in relation to one of the sites in agenda item 7 and 2 of the sites in agenda item 8, which are immediately adjacent to the estate where I live and have a property. But both are effects NRI. Thank you.
Could you just clarify which sites those are, Councillor Hayward, please?
Of course I can. Yes, the one site, there'll be one moment. So in agenda item 7, it's site GH/ED83.
Lovely.
And in item 8, it's the same site, GH/ED83, plus there is a site which is unnumbered, but I believe it's the EDDC HRA site at Millway Rise Field.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
None that I can think of or find.
Thank you. Councillor Ingham.
No declarations, thank you.
Councillor Lawrence.
None, thank you, Wendy.
Councillor Ledger.
Just as before, Wendy, to agenda item 8, specifically site Seton 02 as a neighbouring resident, and that's an effects and prejudicial NRI. So I'll speak on the matter, but I'll leave the room when voting.
I'm afraid you can't debate it either, Councillor Hayward.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Shaw. Yeah, completely understand that.
Thank you.
Sorry, Shirley. You said Councillor Hayward then. Do you mean Councillor Ledger?
Oh, I do. Yes, I did mean Councillor Ledger. I do apologise, yes.
Councillor Moulding.
None.
Councillor Pratt.
None, thank you, Wendy.
And finally, Councillor Skinner.
Yes, please. Shirley, I need to get this a bit right. Page 165, Appendix 2, Exmo local plan rep site, land northeast of Old Bystock Drive. I believe it's an effects, it could be an effects NRI. And page 117, appendix 2, Exmo 07 site plan, site reference number, Bystock Court. I was thinking it was an effects NRI, but actually seeing what Mr. Young, Councillor Ledger, the pit he just fell in, is I think I'm going to fall into the same pit. I don't think I ought to speak or vote on that one.
So it's an effects and prejudicial NRI.
I think it would be, yeah, prejudicial. Yep. I think I ought to do prejudicial NRI. Yeah.
Thank you.
Could you just, how does that work when we get to that sort of point? Do you pick up and throw me out, or do I shout and holler, or what happens?
Don't worry, Councillor, as chair, I will ensure that Councillor Ledger is removed when he needs to be, and you are removed when you need to.
Right, good, thank you. Make sure it's fine.
Thank you, Chair. That's all the declaration. Oh, no, sorry, bear with me. So we've got other members, committee, we've got other members in the room. Can I just ask them to raise their electronic hand if they believe they have any declarations to declare? Okay, Councillor Jackson.
Thank
Councillor Jackson. Oh.
Sorry, it took me a minute to unmute there. I have an effects NRI in respect of both items 7 and 8 on the agenda, but it's a sensitive interest, so the nature of which I don't need to declare under section 32 of the Localism Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I believe there's Councillor Faithful as well.
Yes, Councillor Faithful.
Thank you. I'm not sure. There's one of the sites in which way we're at, the is not being presented about, but it's south side of Exeter Road, opposite the Thorn Farm site in Ortree. I'm not sure how much I know the landowner. I don't think I know him any more than the rest of the town council, but he's a non-councillor, turns up at all the council meetings, so he's very well known by the council, but I don't think I've got personal more than anybody else.
So you don't consider he's a close associate then?
Not a close associate, probably not. No. I think.
Therefore, that's not necessary. That's not an interest.
Thanks.
Thank you. So I have no more hands, so that's back to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. This won't be the first time anybody said this, but can all members have this straight before meetings? You've had 2 or 3 meetings of strategic planning, council, cabinet, and everything else. You've got your flow chart. I know it's complicated, but can we please not be wondering in public and be clear about it? Otherwise, it just looks as if we're not doing our homework properly. That's not a criticism of any members there. I understand your position, but we have got to be clear on this now. Thank you very much. Agenda item 5, matters of urgency. There are no matters of urgency to discuss. Similarly, agenda item 7, confidential exempt items. There are no confidential or exempt items. Now, agenda item 7, with apologies to our speakers, who you can find on page 9 of our agenda, if you are so inclined, or you're watching on YouTube. Sorry to keep you waiting. We're about 45 minutes behind where we were, but I think the contributions we heard from the public speakers and the members were well worth making time for there. So to introduce the various speakers, I'm going to let our DSOs, Wendy and Debbie, do this because they're across the technology. So over to you, please, to bring in our first contributor.
Thank you, Chair. So we have Coral Curtis from Grassroots Planning. I have made her co-host. So Coral, when you're ready, if you like to just present your screen, and then we'll be able to see your presentation.
Brilliant, thank you. I just wanted to check everyone can hear me okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, and just checking everyone can see that.
Yes, we can see and hear. Thank you.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for the time today to present our proposals regarding land west of Chard Road in Axminster. Hopefully, I'll be able to give you some good background information to the site today and why it's a good option for development in East Devon. So my name is Coral Curtis. I'm an associate planner here at Grassroots. We're based in Bristol, but we work all over the southwest. And I'm here today representing Great Worth Property Managers. They're a land promotion property developer, and they're also based in the south of England. I'm sure you're all aware already, but just in case you're not, Axminster is identified as a tier 2 settlement or a main centre within East Devon, and land west of Chard Road, or the A358, has been proposed for 100 homes and employment land. A little bit of local context in case you weren't quite sure where the site is. You can see it in the north of my map there, shown with the red line boundary. To the south is a recently completed Cloakham Lawns development, and opposite is the Millway Rise Industrial Estate. Another preferred allocation is just to the north of that, which I think Rapleys are presenting on next. To the southwest here is Axminster Town Football Club, and you've got the convenience store, Millway Community Centre, and further to the south you can see the schools, hospital, the primary shopping area, and Axminster Railway Station. We've had our transport consultants look at this, and I think all facilities are within cycling distance of the site, and many of them are also within walking distance. I think it's about 25 minutes. Zooming into the site a little bit more, it's 8.46 hectares or 21 acres. As you can see, it's a range of quite oddly shaped agricultural fields, which are bound and intersected with hedgerows. To the east, you can see the main road, the A358 or Chard Road. The River Axe runs along the sort of northern boundary and then runs down the west. And there's also the railway line to the west. There's existing access for the football club. You can see it bisects the site there. And there's also an existing footpath which runs all the way around. You can kind of see it wrapping around the northern edge and then the western edge there of the site. And that leads into Willway Lane, which then provides a link into the town centre. And just quickly, that's just an image of the existing footpath which is available. As you can see, it's already surfaced and quite wide as well. So a good point of connectivity into the centre of Axminster. So the key opportunities and constraints are shown on this plan. This has been prepared by our urban designers and informed by all the technical work that we've had ongoing at the site. You can see the high point is within the southeast of the site, and then the land slopes downwards to the north and west into the River Axe. Access would be proposed from the A358. And there would be additional points for connectivity from the site into the existing footpath. You can see those with the, I think it's blue or black arrows there. There's 2 existing pillboxes or anti-tank defences on the site. Those are shown with the black circles. And then to the northeast, you can just see the edge of the Waycroft Mill House, which is a grade 2 listed building. And then just outside of the map, which would have been helpful if we'd shown that, but to the northeast of the site, you've also got Waycroft Manor and Hall, which are a mixture of grade 1, grade 2 and grade 2 star listed buildings. And those are pretty much the main constraints. You can obviously see a couple of others there. There's a gas main, which we need to avoid. There's also an opportunity to close up the existing football club access, which I'll discuss in a second. So this is our emerging master plan at the moment. As you can see, there's 150 dwellings there. This is proposing a mix of housing, including affordable. The yellow stars are where key feature buildings would be to give legibility in the development. Play area is shown in the middle there, to provide residents with access to that. Access would be taken from the A358. One of the key things that we've shown here is we're aware of the issues that with the delivery of the eastern allocation. So what we've included within our master plan is room for a roundabout should that ever come forward. So at the moment it's been designed as a simple junction into our site, but we would be leaving space for that roundabout if it was ever needed. You can see attenuation basins within the northeast and the west of the site, and again we've provided those pedestrian links through around to that existing footpath, so providing residents with opportunities to walk and cycle into town. One of the other key things about the access is, as you can see, we would close off the football club access. We have had discussions with them and they're fully aware and on board with this, and it would be re-provided through the site. And what we'd be doing as part of that is making sure that coaches can easily access through it to the club if there are match days where that's required. One of the key things the club was saying was about that their access is a bit poor visibility at the moment, so we'd move it down and make sure it was better for them. The one other thing that we've got is a proposed, we'd be delivering floodlighting for the existing mini pitch at the club, and a bull stop netting which would run along the western side of that pitch there as well, and again that's all been agreed with the club. So we've undertaken loads of technical work already. We've got a consultant team on board that is advising us. I've gone through, I think, a couple of the main points about highways already. So I think I've probably covered that. But in terms of flood risk and drainage, so we've done infiltration testing and that's found that we can't go into the ground. So we'd be looking at an attenuation-led system. Landscape and heritage, the two disciplines are kind of closely interlinked, and we've been having advice from both our consultants on this. So just switching back quickly to the previous slide, because of the constraints of the grade mix of grade listed buildings in the northeast, we've proposed lots of softening landscaping in that northeastern corner there, which will help break up the massive development and help screen it from view. Our heritage consultants also advised that there shouldn't be any development, including any attenuation basins or landscaping between the two pillboxes that are on site, because that might affect their setting. So yes, we've kept all development free from there. We've undertaken a noise assessment because of obviously the proximity of the road and the railway line, and that's determined that we can have normal double glazing and ventilation on the site, and new residents wouldn't be affected by that. And in terms of ecology, we've been doing lots of different site surveys. We have found dormice on the site, so we'd be retaining, the key thing there is to retain hedgerows as much as we can, strengthen them, put new ones in, and that addresses that problem. One of the things that's not mentioned on there, and I know it's a key issue for councillors, is nutrient neutrality. We have been working on a solution for this, and our consultants, I'll just flip back to the previous slide if that's okay. Don't know if you're able to see it, but to the southeast of the number 5, there's a packaged treatment plant and a wetland on site. So that is addressing, think about the majority of the phosphates that would be caused by the development. So that's addressing that. And then we're also looking at upgrading some existing septic tanks in the area. And our consultants are confident that that's a good solution if, until the SPD comes into place. So the key benefits of the scheme are obviously new homes in a highly accessible location, improvements to access to town FC, including the new floodlighting and netting, We're also considering doing some interpretation boards of the anti-tank defences and the pillboxes. And as you can see, based on the current master plan, we're looking at about a 35% habitat unit biodiversity net gain and 10% hedgerow unit, which is a significant benefit. So our next steps is obviously we are aware of the emerging policy, which says that it should be 100 homes and employment land. So we will consider that as part of our emerging master plan and maybe make some changes. We'll be looking at perhaps doing a Class E part of the site. We are planning to undertake some public consultation in September, and it would be an online consultation as well as an exhibition held at the football club. And at the moment, we were thinking of submitting an application in autumn, winter of this year, but obviously depends on the feedback that we receive today. So thank you very much, everyone, for your time. It's really appreciated.
Thank you very much indeed, Coral, for that. Now I'm just trying to work out, Mrs. Shaw, we were having a discussion, weren't we? Are we allowing a few questions from members at this point?
Yes, Chair. There are 5 minutes allocated for members to ask questions, not to debate, but to ask questions of the developers. And then for item 8, we have also non-members and members who can make their representations then.
Thank you very much. I can see 2 questions, 2 hands curious to ask questions rather than make statements, unless they contain within their question. Councillor Paul Hayward first, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question to Coral and perhaps also relating to Mr. Freeman, but that may well come under agenda item 8. That'll have to wait, that one. It's really just a question, Coral, if I may. Given that the site is proposed for 100 homes and employment land, it's just a question of why you've immediately gone in with 150 homes rather than starting off with 100 homes and employment land.
Yeah.
You almost seem to sort of take one step forward.
Yeah, so no problem, Paul. So essentially, it is just a matter of timing. So we've actually been working on this site for the best part of two to 3 years now, and we've always sort of been working towards the assumption it would be a residential-led scheme, and that was sort of why we were looking at the 150 homes. We're also obviously conscious that the town centre is to the south, and we obviously didn't wanted councillors' opinions as much as officers on whether there should be employment land here, because I do appreciate there is a town centre that we don't want to affect. But since the draft plans come out, and obviously we're having this presentation today, and we are looking at options to reduce that back down to 100 units with Class C employment land as well. So it's definitely an option that's on the table.
Thank you very much, Coral. Thank you, Councillor Hayward. Councillor Andrew Moulding, please. Andrew.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I had also a similar question about the number of dwellings that have been mentioned. Coral mentioned 100 dwellings. On the master plan, it says 150 dwellings. In the report that we have been given by our council, it says 215 yield. So I'm still not sure on how many dwellings are anticipated for the site. That's my first question.
I'm not quite sure where the 215 is from either. I don't know if let me just check the report quickly. Yeah, I'm afraid, Councillor Moulding, I'm not sure where the 215 is from. Obviously, with looking at the master planning of the site and the constraints that are applied here, I think 150 is a reasonable amount. And obviously, if we do include employment land within there, that number would drop to probably around 100.
Okay. I also have a question about the permissive path. You showed the path on the emerging master plan.
Yeah.
Showed and you arrowed the path around the site, which is the Sustrand cycleway.
Yes.
But there is also a permissive path that leads from Waycroft back up towards Millway Rise alongside the hedge. And I wanted to ensure that permissive path will be retained.
Yes, it will be. Yeah, the one along the eastern side of the site, it would be. Wouldn't it? Yeah. No, just to confirm, that would be retained as well.
Okay. And then regarding the phosphate mitigations, and you've demonstrated that you have some idea of where that might be established. But how long exactly would it take to establish a wetland mitigation site adjacent to your site? Because obviously you can't just dig into the ground and say, oh yes, here we have these are our phosphate mitigations. Surely they take some considerable time to establish.
Yeah, so it would be delivered on site. So it would be delivered at the same time as the development. It was shown just to the southeast of the attenuation basin, so it would be delivered there. And there are definitely different ways of doing it. So I have seen in effect almost like a matting that you can incorporate on the wetland, and that has all the reeds and everything included on it, and that starts taking effect pretty instantly. So because you'd have the package treatment plant, which obviously treats the water from the development, that then leads into the wetland, and then that eventually discharges. So I think it would be delivered at the same time as the development.
So I mean, this is just I'm directing this to Ed Freeman and perhaps to you, Chair, that if mitigation for phosphate concerns can be delivered so quickly and so easily, why are we so concerned about phosphate problems and the effects on the River Axe and the catchment area?
Indeed, Councillor Moulding, thank you. It looks like a miracle cure, doesn't it? But
it does.
Perhaps it is.
Perhaps Ed could comment on that.
But at this stage, absolutely not, Councillor Moulding, because we are taking questions for Coral. And I'm very grateful to you for the detail of the questions you've gone into, Hayden, for Coral's answers. And I think, we have a late spurt again. So again, questions only, please. Councillor Ollie Davey first.
Thank you, Chair. Just to Coral, you've answered one already. What percentage of affordable housing would you envisage being deliverable here? And would you be able to deliver a travel plan for the residents there? It's fine to say, there's this cycleway available, there's that available, but I think we need to be realistic about how people are actually going to move around. And looking at your indicative plan, it looks to me like the usual thing with car access everywhere. And I understand that, it's what people expect to deliver, but I'm looking for future sites that might not actually be delivered that way. If you could just comment a little more on travel and the percentage of affordable.
Yes, of course, Councillor Davey. So the current policy requirement for accidents to allocations, I believe, is 25%. Outside of the current built-up area boundary is 50%. I think, to be honest, it will probably be determined by the local plan viability assessment that will be undertaken by the council, and for them to, set the level of affordable housing within Axminster and for future allocations. I would say that this is a greenfield site with limited constraints, so it is viable and it is deliverable.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dan Ledger, please.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Coral, just a question. Obviously, with the amount of money that you're going to be spending on the mitigation from the phosphates, is there going to be sufficient funds then left over for actually installing other infrastructure? My main concern here is that you're going to spend an abundance of funds generated from the development. We will lose a lot of the affordable housing to viability when you apply that calculator, as you just used in your last answer, and then you're going to be left with a site that, yes, it mitigates its own phosphates, but does it deliver for the people of Axminster, I'm not quite sure.
Okay. So obviously I'm not Greatworth, but they're the ones that have been doing their calculations. We have an agreement with the football club already to provide them with floodlighting and the netting. So obviously that's providing them with a significant benefit. Those were their wish list items that they really wanted, and that has been costed and funded for. In terms of the phosphate mitigation, I will say obviously if the SPD comes forward, we'll be looking at that solution instead of our own on-site solution, because yeah, we'd rather be putting into that. But yeah, unfortunately I can't comment on the exact numbers, Councillor Ledger, but you know, rest assured Greatworth have done their maths and they're confident that they can deliver the infrastructure requirements that they anticipate.
Thank you. Really good questions there, Councillor Ledger, and I think that is food for thought moving on. Councillor Sarah Jackson, please.
Thank you. Yeah, some others have picked up on some of the things that I wanted to ask about, and I note we don't actually have answers for some of those at this point in time, which is of course always a little bit of a concern. But the question that I do have, that I'm hoping you may be able to answer, Coral, goes back to the pedestrian footpath that Councillor Moulding also mentioned. Mm-hmm. At the moment, there is a very limited pavement, and then it turns into more of a bit of a rough track underfoot, which is not particularly safe. I wondered whether this plan intended to extend that to make that more of a pavement down as far as Waycroft Bridge, or whether the intention is to keep it exactly as it is at the moment. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Jackson. So is that within the site, within our site then? I'm just trying to pull up. I think our intention would be to, if we can upgrade the surfacing for that footpath, then I can't see why that would be an issue at all to do that.
If I may, I think you have a path which is on one side of the hedge, which runs through the site itself.
Yeah.
Also have a sort of desire path that's been created on the opposite side of the hedge, right adjacent to the road, and that's not particularly safe. So it's really a query about whether those two things would be consolidated down into a proper pavement, really.
I'm afraid I'll have to get back to you on that. So I'm just checking where that desire path is now. It's something that we can take into consideration. Obviously, our preference would be to ensure that pedestrian access is safe going through and around the site. And if there is a desire line that is unsafe, then we'll do our best to make sure that that is not used by members of the public.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Jackson. Thank you, Coral, for your contribution there. I can't see any other questions, so going back to Wendy now, please, to bring in the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So we're staying with Axminster. So next we have Sarah Smith from Rapley's and Charlotte Sy from Crown Estate. I've made you co-host, so when you're ready, would you like to present your presentation?
Okay, I'll just share my screen and let me know as soon as you can see that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, great. Sarah's going to kick off, and then I'll jump in the next slide.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman, Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to present our little presentation on land east of Axminster. I'm Sarah Smith, planning consultant to the Crown Estate on this particular project. And I'm joined on this presentation by Charlotte Sides of the Crown Estate itself, who would also be saying a few words from the Crown's perspective. The history of the Axminster allocation and the current position is set out on the first slide in front of you, simply to provide some context. I think we're all very familiar with the history and the background of the adopted allocation. It is, of course, generally accepted by all parties that the adopted allocation cannot come forward as originally envisaged, principally because of the issues of funding of the relief road and therefore development viability. And now also as a result of the fact that Persimmon is no longer pursuing its northern application for around 305 dwellings and that northern part of the relief road. So just as local authorities reassess stalled development sites as they're doing here, the Crown Estate also reviews its portfolio and development ambitions. And Charlotte will explain a little bit more about this, particularly in the context of our Axminster site.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for listening to us this morning. I'm Charlotte Sides, and I'm the Strategic Land Manager at the Crown Estate. So I wanted to come along today and speak to you from a landowner perspective as well. As Sarah's covered, we own 30 hectares of agricultural land east of Axminster, and just wanted to start by saying that we are committed to working with East Devon and the community to bring forward a development that is right for this location. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Crown Estate, I just wanted to give a brief background really of us. We're an independent commercial business, and our role is to be active owners and managers of land and seabed across the country. So we are unique as a business, as we must return all of our net revenue profit to the Treasury for the benefit of the nation. And most importantly, we're compelled to do it in a way that's purpose-driven and for the long term. So we're led by 3 strategic objectives. The first being to support the UK towards reaching a net zero carbon future. Second, to help create thriving communities across London and the UK. And the third is playing a leading role in stewarding the UK's natural environment. From some of the discussion that I've heard this morning, it's great to hear that we are aligned with some of the councillors' ambitions to protect habitats and biodiversity and addressing the climate crisis through built development. So we have a diverse portfolio, which means that we can really make an impact to achieve these ambitious objectives. And we benefit from an integrated business approach, which sees us internally sharing expertise and passion across all of our business units, which can be fed into projects like Axminster. We own about 180,000 acres of agricultural land and woodland, including the Windsor Great Park. And I work very closely with our rural team, who are focusing on likes of habitat restoration, hedgerow planting, enhancing biodiversity, net gain across our estates. So these initiatives are not really only relevant just to our rural land holdings, but we think that they can be applied and delivered alongside our ambitions to deliver high quality new homes and communities as well. So we see the potential to deliver both homes and significant natural capital improvements here at Axminster. So as I mentioned earlier, we are committed to bringing forward our land at Axminster to support the council. We wanted to present a solution today that is deliverable and can come forward within your local plan period. It's important to us that the solution not only meets the needs of the council, but also helps the Crown Estate meet our objectives internally. So in order to do this, we have undertaken a lot of technical work on top of all of the technical work that was done in the past to support the previous planning application to determine what we think is the most appropriate solution for this location. We're mindful that the North-South Relief Road is not going to be deliverable without significant funding support. And therefore, our proposition would be to consider a smaller and self-sufficient strategic allocation on land owned by the Crown Estate and Persimmon, with direct access to the existing road network. And we think that would be the most beneficial solution here. Although this solution will propose a reduced amount of homes compared to the previous master plan, it will also propose a significant increase in the provision of publicly accessible open space to serve the strategic allocation and the residents of Axminster. Within this open space, we also see an opportunity to provide on-site mitigation for the phosphate nutrient issue within the Axe catchment area through bespoke wetland and planting schemes. We also want to see this opportunity to provide more than a minimum of the 10% biodiversity net gain on site. So we'd like to significantly increase that if possible. and also with the sort of ability to safeguard a route for the relief road in the future should funding be secured at a later date, but not holding up the opportunity we have in front of us. So I'll just hand back to Sarah to finish off by summarising our recommendations for the strategic allocation and a plan, really just showing you what we're talking about.
So in summary, the solution that the Crown believes is not to delete the adopted allocation in its entirety, but to maintain the existing policy requirement of a comprehensive strategic development where Persimmon and the Crown have to continue to work collaboratively to deliver an allocation of around 300 dwellings, including policy compliant affordable housing, to the south of Beaver Lane with a shared access off Lim Road. The remainder of the Crown land to the north of the Mill Brook, which amounts to about 20 hectares of land, would then be available for a combination of public access for informal recreation for the residents of Axminster, phosphate mitigation and biodiversity net gain, both for the reduced allocation itself, but also for other developments within the Axe catchment that could not take place without it. And thirdly, a safeguarded route for the relief road, which can also be designed into the mitigation land. The Crown believes, therefore, that this smaller scale, comprehensive strategic development is achievable, deliverable and viable, and commends this to you as the allocation for Axminster. So thank you very much for listening, and we would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much indeed, Sarah and Charlotte, for that. Members, we now have 5 minutes maximum for questions, please. Councillor Paul Hayward.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask a question to you, Sarah?
Can we lose the shared screen and come back to members in vision, please? Thank you very much. Sorry, we'll start the clock at 5 minutes again. Thank you, Councillor Hayward. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you, Chair. It's nice to see everyone. So, yeah, question for Sarah. Looking at the original on the background papers, page 2 of your presentation, I can see that there's 2 attenuation ponds which have been moved north in that bottom segment, and additional housing has been, or 3 additional of housing have been incorporated into that space. Do you have the figure for what the density per acre or hectare of your solution is?
I'm not sure we do directly at the minute. We're just playing. We're looking at the best way to lay out that part of the development. But I think from memory, it's looking at about somewhere between 30 to 35 dwellings per hectare is what we'll be looking at trying to achieve.
Thank you. And the second question is regarding the mitigation. So you've covered that essentially everything north of the Mill Brook would be used for phosphate mitigation, but also coupling that with allowing if that the route for the link road can be safeguarded. And I'm just a question that obviously the mitigation has to be done over 100 to 120 years, and the route of the relief road is quite a comprehensive route. I mean, it's not going to change unless you do a spine road around the eastern perimeter of the site, which was mooted initially. And it's just a question about how that can be factored in, because if you have to, unless of course, going back to the previous speaker, there is this magic bullet and you can just lay down some mats, then actually you might not need to do all that. You could just put down some matting. But I'll be very interested. So it's a question really that, are you assured that by providing phosphate mitigation, you can still allow that route, or perhaps the other way around?
We will, as we said, the Crown own about, I think, north of the Mill Brook, the land owned by the Crown is about 20 odd hectares. We've been doing some work with some renowned phosphate consultants in phosphate mitigation. And they have assured us, yes, that absolutely, because we've got the land to play with, we can maintain the design of the relief road or a safeguarded route for the relief road, but still have more than sufficient land to deal with the phosphate mitigation, not only obviously for our proposed 300 dwellings in combination with the persimmon land to the south, but also as an opportunity, there's more land there to enable phosphate mitigation for other sites around Axminster within the catchment. So yes, in other words, we're pretty confident that that can be achieved.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Councillor Hayward. Councillor Andrew Moulding, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask about phosphate mitigations and what plans you have to establish these mitigations, and how long, in fact, will those plans take to materialise, by which time the phosphate mitigation plants will be working?
In terms of timescales, we haven't actually been given specified timescales for how long it would take to establish and use. I think one thing I'd probably say here is, given that we control and own that land that we'd be putting forward for phosphate mitigation, we would be willing to sort of bring that forward in advance of any development. You know, I mentioned earlier we have a rural business strategy, which is also looking to enhance the natural capital of the area, and you know, this could form an integral part of our rural strategy to sit alongside the development scheme. So there could be an opportunity here where we could bring it forward in advance if we were sort of successful or looking successful to be coming forward as an allocation in this location.
And at the same time, you mentioned flood risk, and we know in Axminster, where one or two estates, the Cricketers and Willows Park, have been badly affected by flood from the catchment area, which you will be developing. And so the flood risk is significant, not just for the site you will be establishing, but for many other parts of Axminster.
It's going to be a question. Can we lead to a question quite quickly, please?
So the question is, what are you going to do about flood risk that will affect the rest of Axminster?
I think given the location at the Millbrook, where we would be proposing a mixture of the integrated wetlands to provide phosphate mitigation, we've been advised they can also provide flood risk and flooding as capacity to hold flood water, and with the sustainable urban drainage proposals as well. You know, there's a good opportunity there that we could provide sort of mitigation in terms of phosphate and flooding for sort of our development and wider, when sort of our technical engineers do the revised calculations on those.
And finally, can I mention that I'm pleased that you're intending to safeguard the route for a potential relief road in future, and has that conversation regarding the relief road involve Persimmon and their element of the site, so that they can also contribute to the safeguarded route for the relief road?
As far as we understand, Persimmon most recent proposals do continue to safeguard a route for the relief road through their site to the south, which we would be proposing a shared access from Lim Road. Continuing up north through the northern land parcels, that land is no longer controlled by Persimmon, as we understand, and neither do the Crown Estate have control over that. So I think it would be worth sort of having a conversation directly with the landowners to ensure that is still the case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moulding, very much for those questions. Again, thank you, Charlotte and Sarah, for your answers. Two more questioners, that sounds like interrogation. Two more members of council. Councillor Dan Leisure first, please.
Thanks very much, Councillor Arnold. I've got the same question as I did for the last presentation, is with on-site mitigation that you're proposing, how are you ensuring that you'll be able to deliver a policy compliant site that delivers the necessary infrastructure, and then that won't be reduced through viability? I'm predominantly looking at affordable housing at this point.
I think, I mean, ultimately, the requirements for infrastructure, etc., will be determined through the policy, which we don't know what that will be at the present time. But we've run some initial viabilities in re-looking at certainly the Crown's land within the adopted allocation. We've looked at different access options, etc., and run viability assessments to see what could be achieved without the relief road, and by providing all of the phosphate mitigation, recreation land, BMG, etc. And we're comfortable that sort of 300 house mark enables us to, as I say, make a deliverable and viable scheme with policy compliant affordable housing, which I think at the present time is 25% for the area of the existing allocation anyway.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ledger. And finally, please, Councillor Sarah Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions that draw on some of the stuff other people have mentioned. I'm noting that there is, it appears to be quite a significant increased density on this particular plot. And I think if we look back at the history of the master plan site, that's been a consistent story there. I recognise that what you're potentially proposing with the area for phosphate management is something that effectively costs money and needs to be funded by a route. I think I would be keen to understand what the density increase is from the original plan, because ultimately we need to work out whether or not that's an appropriate number. Equally, I just wonder whether you, at what stage you think you're going to be in a position to have the calculations for what the efficacy of the northern part above the Millbrook will be for phosphate management. Really, because I'm very conscious of where in this particular set of sites, things have been proposed historically where they are then funding other things, which sound fantastic. But I think we need to be conscious that if this isn't the appropriate site and the most effective site to deliver the sort of phosphate we're looking for here, that we don't end up in a situation where we agree to a parcel with this particular layout as the quid pro quo, only to find that later on the plan changes entirely and we end up with effectively piecemeal master plan, but without the relief road. So it's those two pieces of information really that I'm interested in, is when you're going to be in a position to provide some statistics around what that phosphate management will deliver and how effective it will be, and also to understand the increase in density on that bottom built up area. Thank you.
We've got those questions. Thank you, Councillor. Can anybody hear me? Can I just ask? Anybody just nod? Can you? Yeah, okay. I'd like to apologise to Councillor Moulding, actually, because I did cut you off at just about the point I tried to cut Councillor Jackson off about a minute ago. So, Sarah, we had the questions, and that was clear. Thank you. Just wanted to statements if possible. So, density calculations, over to Crown. What do you got to say about that?
I think the original density on that area of land has varied between from I think from memory about 25 per hectare to 25 to 30 per hectare. So we're looking at a marginal increase. We can provide some further detail within probably fairly short order in that. I think if these sites, I would also say though, I think if these sites are going forward for consultation, which I understood, Chairman, is your essential recommendation generally anyway, we would be looking to provide some additional information when we necessarily make any background, any further representations. But should the councillors, I think, should the councillors require some further background information prior to that consultation, we can look at providing that in fairly short order. Charlotte, do you want to add anything else?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think we absolutely see this as a sort of a self-contained opportunity for an allocation in its own right, with the additional benefits of, and really following on from the previous principles in the strategic master plan of maximising sustainable links back into the town centre, being a landscape-led design, and even more increasingly a large amount of publicly accessible open space that wouldn't be there for residents at this current time. And I think in terms of sort of the more detailed density questions, we can absolutely provide more detail. I mean, our urban design team have been looking at the opportunities of how we could sensitively deliver that southern parcel of land, in collaboration with the Persimmon southern parcel, and really make that a holistic, self-contained opportunity that still has all those sustainable credentials from the master plan before. So yeah, absolutely, as Sarah said, we know this local plan consultation is coming up, and we would intend to provide a lot more information as part of that, just to give a flavour as to sort of the technical work that's been done behind that. Wanted to keep it high level today.
Thank you very much, Charlotte, and thank you, Sarah, as well, for your presentation today. There are no more members wishing to ask questions. So, Wendy, can you bring in the next speaker, please, about the next site?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving to Honiton now. So the next presentation is from Simon Collier from Collier Planning and Graham Hutton from Baker Estates. Simon, I have made you co-host, so when you're ready.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you as well, Wendy. Hope everyone can hear us. And well done, Simon. You've operated the IT, which is excellent. So yes, good to see you all. Thank you for your time. I'm Graham Hutton, Operations Director at Baker Estates, and obviously many of you will be aware that we've been developing the development of 291 homes on the Hayne Farm site, immediately adjacent to the allocation that we're discussing now, which we're well, very proud of, if I'm honest, and is going very well. Simon Collier, my colleague with us today, is obviously from Collier Planning, who has been working on the this allocated site. We'll be really brief because I know time is important to you because you have such a long agenda today. Just to start by saying we really believe that this old farm site is a logical extension. It appears popular, it's in a sustainable position, but really importantly, it's very deliverable. And the words of Councillor Ledger earlier at the beginning of the meeting about the importance of allocating sites which can be delivered sticks with me. So I'll hand over to Simon to run through the particular planning aspects and deal with a little bit more later. So over to you, Simon. Thank you, Graham. Good morning, everyone. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, great. So we've got an aerial photograph of on the screen, which shows the site that we're talking about as this area here, and the site under development currently by Baker Estates is in here. We've got so we're looking from the western side of Honiton back towards the east. So we've got the railway line running here, the A30 industrial estate, and Honiton Centre beyond here with residential development in between. So the site comprises of a complex of redundant farm buildings at Hayne Farm, situated on the western side of Honiton. It's technically not previously developed land because of its historical use as a farmyard, but the character and appearance of the site is akin to brownfield land in as much as it contains large areas of hard standing and buildings. So it's not an undeveloped greenfield site. To the north, the site is adjoined by the land, as I said, which is currently under construction by Baker Estates for a development of 291 dwellings,
and from where vehicular access can be gained from Hayne Lane. An area of outstanding natural beauty lies to the south of Honiton, but the site is outside of it, and it's also outside of any other environmental designations. The site is within walking distance along existing safe and lit pedestrian footways of the services, facilities and employment opportunities provided in Honiton. It's also close to existing bus stops providing access to bus services into Honiton and beyond. The site would be suitable for a scheme proposing the demolition of the existing farm buildings and the redevelopment of the site for up to 37 dwellings and open space. Vehicular access could be created from the housing development currently under construction by Baker Estates and the adjoining site to the north, which is itself accessed from Hayne Lane to the east. A full suite of technical reports has already been prepared and demonstrates that the development of the site as envisaged would not cause any significant harm in respect of landscape impact, ecology, heritage, or any other matter. This is supported by the fact that of all the potential development sites within Honiton, the site has scored more favourably in the council's own assessment of sites than any others. So we consider that the development of the site as envisaged would form a logical addition to the existing built form of Honiton in a sustainable location and on land already occupied by buildings and hard standing. Graham, should I come back to you?
Yes, thank you, Simon. Yes, if that's great on this slide here. So in terms of the deliverability that I mentioned earlier, the access is proposed to come through the middle of our existing development. And you may need to point, Simon, because you're controlling the screen, but you can see that's exactly the route there. Through the centre of the site, beyond the public open space and up towards where those old silos and slurry tanks are on the farm. So eminently deliverable, all necessary infrastructure and services can exist at that point, and the highway authority are happy with the capacity of the roads through there, as indeed are the adjoining residents with whom we've consulted. This aerial photo is a few months old now, but the play area and public open space in the heart of the existing development that you can see there, that green space is fully equipped, and we were able to get that open in time for the school summer holidays, which I'm pleased about. So there's a good relationship, and I think the deliverability adds to the logic of bringing the site forward. If you could just pop onto the next slide, please, Simon.
Yeah.
One of the key aspects is that delivering this site in continuity with the existing development provides so many benefits, not least in terms of driving value, which is important or would be important in the Section 106 term. So we think that's very important. In terms of popularity, if that's the correct phrase, we've consulted closely with both Honiton Town Council, who are the adjoining parish, and Gittisham Parish Council, with whom we've had a great working relationship during the life of the development. Both parish councils are supportive, as are local residents with whom we've consulted. Clearly, there's a conflict in some ways with the residential against the redundant farm buildings. One of the key aspects of the original consent for our current scheme was concerns from environmental health around flies and the things associated with farm buildings. So that's been very good. In terms of sustainability, it's a slightly odd position in that we'd actually be reducing impermeable area. As you can see, much of the site is already paved. Remediating a number of ground condition issues that come with redundant farm buildings. And of course, the public transport comes as far as the end of Old Elm Road, which is just seeable on the screen there to the above our built form. That's correct, just down there, Simon. So the existing development that we're constructing has been designed with public transport in mind and forms a full loop for that. And I hope that one day in the future it will be possible for the bus service to come right in and would therefore be very close to this site. As Simon mentioned, there are no technical barriers and equally no realistic prospect of the farmyard themselves coming back into economic use. It's at the far extremities now of the retained land by the Coombe estate. so it will only deteriorate over time. And so for all those reasons, I think you can see why we believe it to be an excellent suggestion for allocation and a very deliverable one. I said we keep it brief. I don't think there's anything more we'd need to say, but both Simon and I are happy to take any questions.
Lovely. Thank you very much for that, Graham. That's very helpful indeed. Sorry. Yes, it was Graham. Absolutely. Right. So now we're looking for questions. And one of the great inquisitors of this council, known for his brevity, Councillor Philip Skinner, a question from you. Got me egg typing.
Well, my brevity is going to be very short, because if all the sites came forward like this, life would be very easy. I would just like to congratulate, actually. Let's do something a little bit to change out of the box.
No, it has to be in the form of a question, I'm afraid, Councillor Skinner. We can't have editorial at this stage.
Well, we won't do editorial. The only issue, so the question I think I may have is the moving of the farm building. Is there going to be any contamination issues with moving of farm buildings to somewhere? Is that a risk in any shape, way, or form? That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner.
There won't be risks that aren't managed. I mean, clearly there's asbestos in the buildings there at the moment, and we have identified, because a site investigation has been completed, we've identified that any contaminants of concern. Clearly, during a planning application, the environmental health team would need to comment on that. It's not in any way like remediating a gas work site with lots of nasty contaminants that would pose risk to nearby homeowners. But equally, having worked on a number of farm sites over the years, I'm very aware that there's always things. But the site investigation report has been pretty conclusive. Yeah, we're comfortable with that, Councillor Skinner.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you, Philip. Councillor Mike Allen's question, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to check three things. Firstly, is this definitely outside the AONB? Because it's on rising land, will it affect the appearance of the AONB? And thirdly, the exit road planned goes back onto an extremely narrow road, and I just wondered why it was intended to go that route rather than come down into your existing development and minimise the amount of traffic on the small country road. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I were to take those in reverse order, Councillor Allen, perhaps we poorly explained it, but the access does not go out onto Hayne Lane. The access absolutely would come through our existing development, which is what the slides were happy to show. Perhaps we'll pop that slide back on the screen in a minute. But the access would come through into the new distributor road in the centre of our existing development and out through the Section 278 works, which have all been built and approved by the County Council. So they're happy with that, and we'll pop that up. In terms of the AONB, it definitely sits outside the AONB, and on the interactive plan on the East Devon website, that can be seen. And in terms of any impact, yeah, thank you. Yes, so just go back to that screen there, Simon, if you point. That's the access point there, Councillor Allen. And can you see that? Can you see where the mouse is?
Yes, we can see that, Graham.
Yeah. So the access is there through the centre of the site, and the existing farmhouse. If you could highlight that, Simon, there at the top of the page, that remains, would be outside the boundary of this allocation and would keep its private access out onto Hayne Lane. So all of traffic, construction traffic, and resident access associated with the farmyard site would come out onto would come through the new development. And just going back to that last point of impact, we've had the necessary technical work done, which leads us to believe that there wouldn't be impact on the AONB. As I say, it's definitely outside it, and we believe that's satisfactory. Anything to add on that, Simon?
No, it might be helpful to have a look at this plan that we're showing now. So the access is through here into the development under construction. The farmhouse is outside the red line, as you can see here. And yes, the site is definitely outside of the AONB, and obviously it's got existing large buildings on it already. So any views of the development from the AONB will be currently within the context of what's on the site, which is the sort of the baseline position, but also within the context of the housing next door to it.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you, Simon. Thank you to Mike and Philip for your questions as well. So that concludes that item. Thank you very much for coming in. What I suggest we do now, since we're about to hit 11:30, let's take a 5-minute break now. Come back in at 11:35. Shall we just do that? Let's put it on pause. We're all getting a bit hot, aren't we? So see you again at 11:35, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, if you're ready, Chair, shall we recommence?
Yeah, I've got 11:34, so let's give another one. Oh, 11:35. Right. Yes, please. Let's go get again.
Thank you, Chair.
Members, if you could stop eating what you've been eating, drinking what you've been drinking, and show yourselves in your full beauty on screen. We are back. Thank you very much. So now back to you, Wendy, to bring in the next contributor, please.
Thank you, Chair. So next we have John Williams from Devon County Council. He's presenting on two sites, one in Hutton and the other in Ottery St Mary. So I've just got to share my screen. I believe we are starting with Ottery St Mary first.
Hello, good morning, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. If we can go to the first slide, please, Wendy, that'd be great. Or the second slide.
Bear with me a moment, sorry. There we go.
Okay, if we could talk first about Ottery St Mary 09, please. There was an outline application submitted for this back in 2020, and it went to planning committee in January 21. It had officer support to be approved. It was declined by the committee. At the time, it was outside the development boundary for Ottery, and clearly we would like to see this site within the allocation site. So this site, we believe, certainly in the medium term, needs to provide a primary school, and we need to provide space for the expansion of King's School, the secondary school for Ottery. The site can certainly also deliver the requirements in the Ottery St Mary neighbourhood plan for amenity space and for education purposes. And I think the neighbourhood plan acknowledges through say in education that there should be the possibility to allow education buildings, i.e. schools, to be delivered on that site. The site can also deliver up to 150 residential units, and we have a full technical suite of reports to support that being delivered, which was delivered in the previous planning application. But as we said, that was currently an unallocated site, and we've got more than adequate space to provide open space and a wildlife area. And next slide, please, Wendy. So in the current Ottery St Mary neighbourhood plan, if you look to the extreme west or of the slide, there's an area surrounded by blue with some dots in it. That is the area identified in the neighbourhood plan. So that's on the left-hand side, the blue square with the dots in it. The site in question that we're talking about actually includes the field to the west or the left of that and the field to the north or above that. So next slide, please.
Can I stop you just for a second? Wendy, is it possible, forgive me if it isn't, to zoom in on this screen at all, or are we restricted to what we can do?
I can't zoom, unfortunately.
No. Okay, not to worry. Okay, sorry, John, to interrupt.
Are you watching on your iPad?
Yes.
If you zoom, put your fingers on the screen and pull apart, you can widen it on your screen while you're viewing.
Do you think I didn't know that, Councillor Hayward? Carry on.
Okay, next slide, please, Wendy. So the neighbourhood plan identifies an area of 2.99 hectares to be preserved for community and education use. The proposed EDC draft local plan encapsulates an area of 10.3 hectares and includes currently 20 residential units and is recommending that the residue of the area is used for community and education uses. So we are asking today if it is possible to actually look at the balance of the area to be included in the local plan and what it is allocated as, please. So next slide, Wendy. Next slide, Wendy. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm having problems. Bear with me.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, so on this slide, we've sort of diagrammatically shown what's what, which I'll attempt to go through if I may. So firstly, the purple area on the west mid, we would like to see that going forward as a primary school in the future. I'll explain the reasons for that a little bit later on during the presentation. Currently, in the proposed EDBC local plan, the area in the bottom left is allocated as housing. We've also allocated an area in the yellow for the expansion of King's School, and this is in consultation with King's. That area would provide a sufficient area for an 8-classroom block, which would effectively create another form of entry for them. And then in the north of the site, we would propose a wildlife area and some public open space adjoined onto that. The position in question is in relation to the orange area. Currently in the East Devon plan, it's proposed that that would be basically just public open space. That gives us some issues in terms of deliverability of this site, and also some issues potentially in terms of some benefits that may be lost in the future. So next slide, Wendy. DCC proposed to deliver 3.8 acres of the space for education and community use, plus there would be further open space in the development, which would more than meet with the current Ottery St Mary neighbourhood plan requirements for 2.99 hectares, plus there would be more open space actually within the housing area if there could be some movement on that. And the significant element of additional space for residential units could be accommodated without any use of educational community uses. Next slide, Wendy. DCC wish to absolutely preserve a site for a future school, and it was when we put the planning application previously in, it was to build a 210 place school which could be expanded over time to 420. So it's likely as and when this site develops that we could deliver a 210 initially, and then it would be an expanded school. It's worth making the point that currently there's in excess of 600 primary school age children in Ottery, but there's only 420 spaces. So there is an overspill of children into a wide area around Ottery, and I think they go to about 15 different schools. Plus, since the planning application was submitted, a large part of it was to deal with the fact that Tipton St John Primary School was in jeopardy, and it remains in jeopardy. They haven't found a solution to deal with the fact that the site is susceptible to flooding, and there isn't a funded solution to provide an alternative school in Tipton. When we submitted the planning application, the school and the governors were supportive of this move of school to Ottery. Next slide, please, Wendy. The limiting the amount of development to 20 houses does severely impact on the funding that can be brought forward to fund a primary school. Originally, when we came forward with the funding with the application, the receipt from this site was to fund the primary school, and any funds that were left over would have been divided equally between East Devon and Devon County Council. Next slide. The allocation of the neighbouring land to the south side of the site could produce circa 200 houses, and compared to the site on the DCC land, this has only currently got an allocation of 20 houses, which is a very similar size site, and it seems a certain amount of disparity in the way that the two sites are currently allocated. Next slide. So the benefits of the DCC site, as we put it across with the original application, is it's very accessible. It's got direct access off the A30 on the road into Ottery. It will include a primary school if it comes forward. It will provide space for King's School to be expanded. It incorporates footpaths and cycleways and connections into the town without crossing major roads. It will provide additional open space and wildlife, and there's virtually no impact on the school to the south. It does also, if you could just move down a little bit, Wendy, if you don't mind. It does also provide mitigation in terms of, sorry, that's lovely. So there's visually no more impact than the site to the south. And then the next slide. So DCC are seeking a reasonable share of the development land in order to be able to bring forward the site and be able to make a reasonable contribution to infrastructure and facilities for the delivery of the school. So that is the presentation. Happily take questions on this site if I may.
Thank you very much indeed, John. Just looking for anybody who would like to ask a question on this. Councillor Jeff Pratt, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Williams. Strategy 24 of the local plan and policy MP 25 of the neighbourhood plan forbids housing on that site. I'd like to have your comments on that, please. Okay, effectively, we would, the site allocation that is identified by EDDC is much larger. It's 10.3 hectares. The smaller site is effectively just being redistributed around the larger site. So there would still be an equal or greater amount of amenity and education space. It's just allocating it into different parts of the site. Why do you need houses on that site? As we've said previously, the school was originally being funded by the houses because there aren't any other income streams to fund them from. Effectively, some residential income would help to pay for infrastructure and roads and make a contribution to make this work. Currently, there's no DFE funding, Department of Education funding that's available for a school to mitigate the situation in Tipton, or indeed to deal with the fact that there's under provision of space for children within the Ottery town at the current time. The last question, Mr. Williams. The planning committee didn't like the idea of schools being funded by housing. And in fact, the refusal was by 11 votes to 2. Well, I think my comment on that would be, in part, is that this was an unallocated site at the time, and the purpose of the discussions at the moment obviously is to look at whether this can be treated as an allocated site. And at the time, I accept the decision of the committee, but we are looking 2 years hence about whether there is a different solution. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Pratt. Thank you, John. John, can I just clarify, how many units are you proposing on this particular site?
Well, currently within the EDDC plan, it suggested 20. We're suggesting it would be useful to have more units in order to fund infrastructure to be able to develop the school around this site.
Can you put a quantum on that aspiration?
In discussion with officers at the time, we thought that we could get comfortably 150 units onto the site, and that was at a density of around 30 per hectare.
Okay, thank you for that. Coming now, please, to Councillor Peter Faithful. Peter, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask, part of the issue on this site is the uneven terrain, and that is why the primary school is put so far to the west on the site. Immediately south of the Exeter Road, between Exeter Road and the King's School playing field, is an empty site, which is Ottery 01, which is far better, I would have said, for locating a primary school. So you're right alongside an existing playing field with alternative road access, which is far superior. Has Devon County Council considered this site?
Yeah, we did this. We did look at the site at the time, and the site required purchase, and because of the development aspirations for that site, it was discounted because we would have to have paid residential development value for it.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Mr. Williams there as well. Coming to Councillor Richard Lawrence. Richard, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Williams, could you tell me, as part of your plan, the development of educational facilities is laudable, but the doctor's surgery in Ottery cannot cope anymore. Do you have any plans to contribute towards an expansion of the health facilities within Ottery? At the moment, we're looking at probably a 3-week waiting period for anybody to see a doctor in Ottery. And you know they do provide the facilities for surrounding villages like Wimpole as well. It's just being stretched in all directions and without any help. Do you have any plans to support that? Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Can I just ask all members who aren't currently on mute, if you could go on mute, please? To you, John, please. Thank you.
I believe we said in the original planning application, but happy to reinforce it, that we're happy to have reasonable discussions with the NHS in terms of a contribution to the facilities in Ottery for the NHS. And I can empathise with your concerns. I use the Coleridge medical practice myself.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, John. Councillor Jess Bailey, please.
Hi, John. Thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask, well, I'd like to say that one of the principal reasons the original planning application was rejected by East Devon District Council was on landscape impact for primary school and 150 houses. You come here today and given a presentation on primary school and 150 houses, but haven't addressed how you're going to resolve or if it's even possible to resolve the landscape impact. So I'd like to ask you, where is your information about how you can proceed with this without causing such harm that meant that the committee rejected the application in January 2020 or 21. So that's my first question, landscape impact. And my second question is, I don't quite understand why you're saying there's no, there's currently no DFE funding available, but as you'll be aware, there is the school rebuildings programme, which has recently included flood risk. And I believe that Tipton, I'm aware that Tipton St John have submitted an expression of interest to DFE. So I'd just like to ask for your comments on that as to why you didn't refer to that in your presentation. Thank you.
If I can take the points in the order then. So firstly, in terms of landscape mitigation, I'd say that the visual impact of our site and the neighbouring site, which is proposed to have an allocation of 200, will be very similar. Notwithstanding though, I think if we were to approach this site with the planning application again, we would probably look at more shelter belt screening and effectively disrupting the view with tree planting. In relation to the DFE funding situation, I understand they have, as you say, there is a opportunity potentially to get DFE funding. I understand that the fund will be very heavily drawn upon, and given the fact that Ottery is a small school, I don't know if that's going to count for it or against it. So I'm not an expert on funding, but all I can say is there is a very long history at this site of trying to get DFE funding, and it's been unsuccessful over a period of, I believe, in excess of 10 years.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Thank you very much, John, for that. Councillor Mike Allen next, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, I didn't catch whether the capacity, what will be the capacity you plan for the new primary school? And secondly, since we have to take a holistic view, as Councillor Young was commenting earlier, I'm trying to establish the effects that it would have across the area from Honiton to Newton Poppleford in terms of the availability of primary school places, because you, as a district, as a county council, have already started to sell off land right next door to a school in Honiton, when we desperately are going to need more capacity if we proceed with housing development of the kind that was just presented by the previous speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay, so yeah, so the plan for this site would be to initially create a 210 place school, which is one form of entry. If Tipton were to close at any point, there's currently around 90 children that would basically flow into that school immediately, of which about 60 to 70 come from Ottery. And as I said, Ottery currently has a shortage, has about 600 and odd children in it and only 420 places. So if parents were to basically decide to send their children to the Ottery school, that would increase the numbers pretty rapidly, and we think it would get to the 210 pretty quickly. We could then look over time, as there is further expansion in the area, to expand it to 420. So pulling some of the children back into an Ottery school would obviously create space for development in other parts of the area potentially, or would certainly free up spaces.
Thanks, John. Thank you, Mike, for the question. Last question on this item to you, John, comes from Councillor Philip Skinner. Philip, please. Oh, we can't lip read.
Okay, all done. Yeah, sorry. No, I just thought something came up on my screen. Thank you. Yes, John, I absolutely understand where you're coming from, and I was one of the committee members that was very much against the application that you put forward because about the time. And that was then, and this is now, and I understand how you're putting this forward. But one of the main drivers for me was the fact that moving village schools out, which I think village schools are a really, really important segment of life, of social life itself, and that in some way closing them down and putting them all into one place and amalgamating them doesn't really work for me. I think it's a really, really important fabric of society. But I think one of the real issues, and I think there was two questions I was going to ask you, but I think if I could be correct, I wanted to know how many children came from Tipton, and I wanted to know how many children came from Ottery to Tipton School. And I believe you said, if I'm correct, about 60, 70 come from Ottery to Tipton. There's about 90 in the school, meaning there's 20-ish odd children from Tipton itself. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
So I understand then the reason why you're having the drive towards Ottery St Mary, and I get that. What I might say is, if there was 20 children and there was an expansion in Tipton St John itself, could you tell me, was one of the other main drivers, I know it had a serious flooding at one point when it was quite a serious flood, but to my recollection, which is the main driver? Is it the flooding, which I think can be got over? And if I actually ask the question, how bad has it been in the last 50 years? It's probably only been that real serious one. So is the driver to move, is it because of the number of children, or is it because of the flooding, or is it a case of both? That's really what I want to drive down to, why this is coming about.
I think, Councillor Skinner, it is a bit of both, because it's obviously more sustainable rather than busing 60. Well, it's not busing, car journeys between Ottery and Tipton.
Get that.
The Tipton school is in flood zone 3. I believe it's flooded about 5 times. The most serious issue was basically a flash flood that came down the valley. The Environment Agency did write to us. This wasn't acknowledged at the Planning Committee, right before the Planning Committee, to say that the flash flooding, while the risk is reduced, it is not removed, and the Environment Agency are still saying that this is a school that represents risk of serious injury or death to children. So they have not reduced the designation, and we have been working in the intervening 2 years to identify alternative sites in Tipton, but unfortunately there is nothing suitable.
Could I, Chair, through you, could I just ask a follow-up question to that?
Yeah, please please do.
Yeah. And the follow-up one to that is that obviously, John, in all due respect to anybody, flash flooding can happen anywhere with anybody at any time. That's something that you can't mitigate against. Flash flooding is flash flooding, and I know how bad it was, and the school was closed for actually some considerable time. When I say considerable time, it was a month or so, and that went. So I get that, I really do, and I do understand that, but it's not the implication that Ottery St Mary is growing, and so therefore the need for children is there, and it's quite apparent, and that's true, and I very much I'm on board with that, understand that. But what would be the restraint against, and you're probably going to say cost, but what would be the restraint against the prospect of looking at retaining Tipton St John's School to a lower level of children going there, and at the same time having what you were doing at Ottery St Mary in putting one there? Is there the possibility that both can happen, or are you going to say to me no because of cost, because of the number of children, blah blah blah? I don't know.
Okay, so the Tipton site is in 2. The lowest site is the one that's susceptible as flood zone 3 flash flooding. The buildings there are in extremely poor condition, and as I understand it, we are not allowed to rebuild on that site because of flood risk. The smaller building, I believe, Councillor Skinner, is capable of supporting about 20 children on the highest site. That is obviously that is potentially deliverable, but schools of 20 in terms of viability are very, very strained. And it is possible, of course, but generally schools of that size are very difficult to make viable.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Can I just come back, please, on Tipton School?
Yes, Councillor Bailey, very quickly, and if in the form of a question, if you could manage. I look forward to the
I'll try and John, there's been a lot of talk about Tipton School. I don't think anybody has the issue with the with there's currently an allocation for education in the existing local plan. I don't think anybody has an issue, as far as I'm aware, with that continuing. But my understanding is, my fear is that Devon County Council are looking to build 150 houses on a site which has been rejected previously because of landscapes, and I haven't really felt that that's been addressed today, and I feel that there's been too much discussion about the ins and outs of Tipton School, which isn't really a discussion for today as a strategic planning. The issue is about the site as a whole and putting forward a site in exactly the same format that's been rejected previously. So could you comment on that, please?
Your question, Councillor Bailey, is would you agree with me, probably, is your question. Nobody else.
Would you agree with me that Devon County Council is simply putting forward the same site that's been rejected previously, and a little bit of tree planting isn't going to address the landscape impact? Thank you.
Well, I would suggest that by working with East Devon and the planners, we can actually mitigate the visual impact. When we did the visual impact assessments, there was some impact, but they were mitigatable, and I think it is definitely mitigatable by tree planting, because the long range views were limited, and even some of the closer views were mitigatable. We didn't put that into the application. With hindsight, perhaps that's something we should have done.
Thank you, John, very much for that. And Councillor Bailey, feel slightly bonus question there. Now, John, draw breath, shake yourself down, or whatever you need to do. Take a moment. Going back to Wendy to cue you for the next item, please.
Okay, if we could just talk through Millwater. I just wanted to make sure that there was a bit of clarity on what we were doing here, so there was no sort of misunderstandings, if I may. So if we could go to the next slide, please, Wendy. So Millwater School has been successfully relocated from Honiton to Bicton College. It's now a much better, larger, well-equipped school, and basically it's acknowledged by the DFE that we have basically got a far better facility than we had at Honiton, and you know, we've moved forward with the world. The site at Millwater has been standing vacant for some time, and we do get quite a few representations from residents about when are things going to move on. So next slide. So the site that we're talking about in here is basically the red area. As you can see, it's surrounded by residential. What we are proposing is that the area identified in blue basically is transferred to Littletown Primary, which is to the north. You can see the rectangular green field. The area in blue basically would be allocated to Littletown, and that would provide space for them to provide a 6-classroom block, which would be one form of entry. Currently, Littletown don't feel there's a need to expand because Honiton Primary is also being expanded recently, and there is sufficient space in Honiton. The difficulty we have with this site is that it has an extensive range of buildings on it, and to just hand the site over to Littletown didn't provide a solution, because we then gave them a headache of having to do a substantial amount of demolition in order for them to get their space. So what we've agreed with the Department for Education is that they will release the area within the red line to be taken forward for us to sell for residential, and that we will effectively provide the area within the blue line to Littletown Primary School on a very long lease, equivalent to the lease they have with Devon on the site currently. So it would be for something like 120 years, and they can then take that forward initially as play space, and it would be basically fenced and turfed for them to education standard. But the rest of the site, the developer would demolish the buildings and take forward residential. Next slide, please, Mandy. The current buildings are in very poor condition, and they're certainly beyond use. The Department of Education, as I say, has consented to what we have put forward. That's taken several months to organise, but it was recently agreed, literally in the last 6 weeks, I believe. And as I say, part of the site will be transferred to Littletown Primary to provide them initially with play area, but also a big enough space to put another classroom block in at a later stage. Next slide. We've effectively provided here just a layout of how we would potentially see the site being delivered. We've done some consultation on this site. We'd be reusing and improving the current access, and as you can see, the orange rectangular block in the middle of the frame, that was just a proving drawing to confirm that we could get a classroom block successfully into that area if Littletown wanted space for expansion in the future. Next slide. And basically the conclusion, as I said, to develop the site, we needed to find a way to facilitate the demolition and the reuse. And I think hopefully what we put forward is a good balance of those two things. And now open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, John. First question is Councillor Dan Ledger. Dan, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. Mr. Williams, have we had any discussions with East Devon, specifically with the housing task force that are coming forward? I'm just looking at this from the idea of the site coming forward as a more of a one public estate movement coming forward, with obviously bringing in Devon County, the Department of Education, and East Devon, that could possibly lead to development, a joint partnership development.
We haven't looked at that, Dan, literally because we've only had permission from the DFE in the last few weeks, but we, of course, as part of one public estate, would be happy to do that, and we can certainly engage.
Thank you
much, John and Councillor Ledger. That's a very smart possible way forward, isn't it? Councillor Howe, please, get Mike.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, John. My question is more about demolition, because obviously demolition is not a green or climate change net zero contributor at present. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I'm just wondering if you have any plans how the demolition and the resources from that demolition can be reinvested, reused, recycled, etc. in the local area as part of net zero that both East Devon County and East Devon are signed up to. Thank you.
Yeah, some of the buildings, Mike, have already failed, and there's roof failures, etc. Some of them are more of a porter cabin type nature. So I think there will be some possibilities of recycling some of the materials from. I'd certainly expect all of the bricks, concrete, and that sort of thing to remain on site and to be used as part of the development. In terms of the windows and plastics and roofing materials, I think there'll be limited ability to do that, and I would expect most of the wood will go to be recycled and waste to energy. So
thank you very much. Thanks for that question, Mike. Councillor Mike Allen, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've had discussions with the school on this proposal, and they obviously have concerns because they are at present a two-class entry process, and the addition of a small number of classrooms doesn't fit with their objections to becoming a three-tier entry process. So why is the authority not considering the adequate expansion of the school for all of the new development which is being proposed?
The proving diagram that I showed, we believe, does give enough space for a one form of entry. So that would be 6 classrooms, and the amount of space provided is capable of potentially developing, providing for 6 classrooms.
Okay, thank you very much, John. Thank you, Councillor Allen, for that question. That then includes John's contribution, with great thanks for both of those done with great efficiency, and thank you, members, for your questions. We now move back to Wendy to bring in our next contributors, please.
Thank you, Chair. So we're staying in Honiton. So we have Josie Bannister from Tetra Tech and Jake Sprague, sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, from Taylor Wimpey. Jake, I've made you co-host. I'm assuming you want to present.
Hi, Wendy. Yeah, I think I've got Josie next to me here, so I think between us, yeah. I mean, what would you rather do, Josie? Have the slides done for us, or?
Yeah, Wendy, have you got the slides there?
I do. Just bear with me. I just need to call them up a moment.
That's all right. No worries.
It's Sprague, isn't it, Jake? I imagine. I'm just filling time here while Wendy. So it's Jake Sprague, presumably.
Yes, Sprague. Yeah, but to be fair, I've had it pronounced so many ways in my life.
Is it Sprague? You're saying
Sprague? Yeah.
Oh, I was at school with a terrifying maths teacher called Mr. Sprague.
Well, no relation to me, I don't think. My maths.
Well, We'll check that one out via some kind of website. Okay, right. With that, thank you.
Brilliant.
Can everyone see and hear us okay and see the screen?
Yes, thank you.
Brilliant. No, that's a great start. So good afternoon, members, and thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to make this presentation. I'm Josie Bannister, a planning consultant, and I'm with Jake Sprague, Taylor Wimpey, and we're here today to discuss site Honey 10, which has been marked as a preferred allocation in the draft local plan. Next slide, please, Wendy. The current local plan defines Honiton as a main town and a focal point for development. Town has a population of some 12,000 residents and a broad offering of recreation and employment, and is well connected by public transport with a train station and regular buses to various locations. The site is adjacent to the built-up area boundary on two sides, and previous allocations E321, E164 and E322, which are currently being built out by Taylor Wimpey at the moment. Next slide, please. In terms of the preferred allocation, the sites owned by Taylor Wimpey, who, as previously mentioned, are building out the adjoining site at Mountbatten Mews. The site comprises 0.8 hectares, and although outside the built-up area boundary, very much reads as part of the built form of the town. It was scored 4 out of 6 in the rating for allocation and still came out as a preferred allocation, which is obviously good news. We've recently submitted for pre-application advice on behalf of Taylor Wimpey, which was registered on the 1st of August. So we're in the process of engaging with East Devon District Council at the moment, and an outline application is currently being prepared. We have a consultant team on board, and everything's essentially ready to go to prepare an application once we've got that pre-application advice. Next slide, please, Wendy. Sorry, Wendy, next slide, if that's all right. Brilliant, thank you. In terms of the site layout, the image you see on the right-hand side of your screen shows how the site could accommodate 21 dwellings with public open space. The layout is heavily influenced by both the shape of the site as well as the need to mitigate noise from the A30, which we'll come on to now with the next slide. With regard to noise, we've got a consultant on board and a noise impact assessment has been prepared. Of course, the A30 is a big constraint in terms of noise, but with the technical work that's taken place, the layout that's come up with mitigates the noise levels to an acceptable level, something that's policy compliant and that our consultants are happy would deal with that noise issue sufficiently. This has been achieved through a combination of dwelling orientation, internal layout of the properties, double glazing and mechanical ventilation where necessary. Next slide, please, Wendy. Access and transport. So the proposed development will be accessed through the adjoining Mountbatten Mews, and there will be an ahead-only junction between the developments, meaning access could not be gained through Ottery Moor Lane. The existing residents of Ottery Moor Lane will be able to access their properties as they do now, which provides, we think, quite a good solution for everybody. The development being close to the town centre benefits from strong active travel connections, and there would be no noticeable impact on the road network from the traffic contributed by a development of 21 dwellings. Next slide, please, Wendy. I'm going to pass on to Jake for this bit, so the opportunities and benefits of the site.
Yeah, I mean, so just speaking purely, obviously, from a Taylor Wimpey perspective, we've been delivering it, building out Mountbatten Mews now for a number of years, which has been a really good site in terms of demand, sales rates. There's clearly an appetite for that level of development in Honiton, and what we see this. Essentially, we view this site as an extension to that existing site. As Josie mentioned, access is going to be taken through Mountbatten Mews, so we designed that site with that in mind. That's in place and ready to be connected into. we are significantly progressed on Mountbatten Mews, that this could be very much a site that could be delivered in the immediate short term. Following planning, it could be very much a case of essentially, without going into too much technical detail, punching through that hedgerow on the Mountbatten Mews western boundary into this site and then connecting into the services which we've already provided as part of our Mountbatten Mews development. As Josie's also mentioned, constraints being obviously the noise from the A30 and then the shape of the site, but we believe that the layout that we've come up with in conjunction with our noise mitigation strategy basically ensures that there is nice, usable open space for residents. They're not going to be negatively impacted by the noise in their back gardens. We've orientated the properties to effectively shield those open space areas, and then obviously the ventilation systems in the windows themselves in the properties prevent that noise internally as well. So we're pretty comfortable that we've done all we can to provide a nice, usable open spaces for residents. I think just to come back to it again, to us, it just seems a logical extension to provide a nice, further area of development on the back of Mountbatten Mews that, I think will be a very popular for potential purchasers.
Brilliant. So next slide, please, Wendy. And just to summarise then, really, the development of this site would deliver much needed housing in the short term, as Jake mentioned, with minimal constraint impacts. The site is in a very sustainable location and all technical considerations can be addressed to produce a policy compliant scheme. We understand why the site was initially scored a 4 out of 6, but now with the benefit of detailed technical information, we can demonstrate that all considerations, in particular with the noise and the shape of the site that was mentioned, these can all be overcome. It's really positive the site's been put forward as a preferred allocation, and we, of course, with the information before members now, hope that it goes on to be formally allocated within the new local plan. So I think that's all from us. Thank you for your time, and we'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Josie and Jake, very much for that. So can I just see, yes, Councillor Richard Lawrence with a question, please.
Thank you, Chair. If we go back to that slide that we looked at with the noise values, you did say in your presentation that the noise value outside of the properties, people could enjoy their gardens and so on, but it looked to be in the orange sector, which was quite high. Is there a maximum number of decibels that you can allow for people to enjoy the outside spaces, and I mean, I'm not too sure really whether just ordinary double glazing would do the job inside the houses, but you've had the testing done, so I suppose it must do. But I was looking at the outside space, and you were saying people could enjoy their gardens, but it seemed to be a very high decibel level from the road noise. I know that road noise is huge down there. I mean, I've passed it several times. So
I'll take one if that's all right. I think obviously the A30 and the noise from that road is a constraint of the site. There's no getting away from that. But again, with all the technical information and the data gathering and the modelling that's been done, as well, I'm not myself a noise specialist, but obviously we have consultants on board that have done all that work in the background, and through orientation of the buildings and obviously having the gardens behind the dwellings, the other side of the dwellings from that road noise, that minimises things as much as possible to what within the industry is an acceptable standard. So our noise consultant's happy with that. That would be policy compliant in planning terms. So we're quite happy that that's achievable on the ground and satisfactory dealt with, essentially. So yeah, the layout we've got is a layout that provides as much mitigation as possible.
So just to jump in, Councillor, just one thing. I think that plan as well, when I first saw that plan like yourself, I was a bit like, oh, there seems to be a hell of a lot of orange on that. Actually, when you look at that, that's actually restricted to the road essentially serving the dwellings, and then the gardens of all of them are within the, well, predominantly green and also the sort of the lighter yellow areas. So the theory being then, and obviously I'm not a noise consultant either, but if you're sat in your back garden, it's a lot more pleasant in terms of noise than it would be if you were stood on the road in front.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Jake and Josie. Last question now, please, from Councillor Mike Allen on this item.
Thank you. When Taylor Wimpey was originally developing the larger estate, which this abuts, they displaced the Honiton Gymnastics Club of 500 members, and at that time undertook to provide a site for the club on the property that you are now putting forward. I would ask if you would please consider discussions with Honiton Gymnastics Club, who've been eagerly looking forward to you keeping your promises on this site before it's come to a formal submission. Thank you.
That's something we can certainly note, Councillor Allen.
There we go, Mike. It's not exactly a promise of a Commonwealth Games stadium for you, but it's been noted. It's been noted.
We'll look into that.
It's been looked into and noted. Okay, good question, Mike. Thank you. Okay, right. I see nobody else there on that. Thank you, Josie and Jake. Thank you, members again. Wendy, if you can take us on to our final, I believe. No, I was on the wrong page. Okay, our sixth contributor, Wendy, please.
Yes, you are correct. It is the final one for Honiton. So we have Richard Grant from Origin 3, Zoe Knott and Rachel Scott from Gleeson Land. Richard, I've made you co-host. I believe you'll be sharing your screen to present.
I will. Thank you, Wendy. I'll just try and share the screen. I'm trying to find my presentation. Hang on a second.
No pressure, Richard. There you go. It's coming up.
Okay. Can you see now? Fantastic.
Yep.
So, just try and get this to run. Great. So hopefully you can all see that screen there. I'm here presenting today on behalf of Gleeson Land. I'm a planning director with Origin 3, and we're very grateful to the opportunity to present the site land at Heathfield to the Strategic Planning Committee. I've also got Zoe Knott from Gleeson on the line as well. So if we have questions later on, Zoe can contribute any answers to members. But to run through the presentation, very quickly, obviously Honiton is the location, and this just summarises some of the facts I know you've heard from others already to do with the accessibility, the advantages of Honiton strategically in the district. Clearly one of the most accessible locations, bus, train travel to Exeter and further afield, reasonable level of population, around 12,000 people, the last count, and already identified in the existing local plan for some growth and options for existing expansion, obviously quite constrained by various factors such as highways, topography, land ownership and others. But clearly one of those locations within East Devon where it has those benefits, it has those opportunities to come forwards. The site itself, this is land at Heathfield, and just to clear up one element I know has already been pointed out in the committee papers to members, the site that is identified as the middle field there, the wider land there has been put in previous call for sites and again this year. So we are looking at that wider piece of land, the three fields there, as the site that we are promoting at Heathfield. Just to really summarise really the advantages, the opportunities we think exist here. You've got a site which is relatively unconstrained. I'll come to the main constraint in a second, but obviously the highways comments that we've had back don't point out to any clear constraints here. We've got ecological and HE clearance. There aren't any designations nearby which would affect the site. The clear access we've got there's two options, there's Sidmouth Road and there's Honeysuckle Drive, both of which can be used, we believe, to create some vehicle access and other opportunities there as well to produce some cycle pedestrian access into the existing urban form. In terms of the location in Honiton, I mean, clearly Honiton itself is a relatively compact settlement. It's accessible to the train station, to the town centre, but clear advantages there. The Tesco superstore is around about 500 metres away. Possible to get through to Heathfield Industrial Estate there as well via the various routes, maybe about 1 kilometre away in terms of walking, because you've got to go around the railway track and get across the railway track somehow. So So a bit more of a circuitous route, but nevertheless, very accessible, very close to those locations, which will give residents the ability to get to day-to-day needs very, very easily. The clear constraint that we do have here, obviously, is the AONB. So the site is located in the AONB. It's on the edge there of the settlement, and the boundary runs up to the urban form there. And in the past, the site has been subject to planning application, which was refused on that basis. So we're very well aware that that's the main obstacle, if you like, to the site coming forwards. Just looking for that a bit more detail then. So that is the AONB boundary. It's the east of an AONB, and the land there is highlighted so you can see exactly where it lies. Zooming in a little bit, the boundary itself in this location is a bit strange in that it doesn't follow the urban form. It overlaps existing development, and that sort of suggests that the boundary hasn't been drawn particularly carefully in terms of exactly how the AONB relates to the local area here, which we believe gives an opportunity to look a bit more creatively at how we can respect the landscape constraints here and start to actually find a form of development which might well be appropriate and would do the least harm, would have the least impact on the AONB characteristics in this location. Just a few photographs just to sort of show what we think about this. This is some of the viewpoints and the photographs looking back onto the site. You can see where those are marked on the plan there, but the top one there is the view from Sidmouth Road across the site. So you can see number 6 on the plan there, looking back across the site, back towards the existing edge of the settlement. And obviously you can see the way the land drops down quite significantly from that location down to the existing built form. Photo 7 and photo 8 then are coming across from the existing Tesco. So the traffic roundabouts that are on Sidmouth Road and the access to the Tesco there. And again, looking back towards the site across existing development. And I think the point there is actually that that existing development in the foreground there, you don't really see much behind it. And therefore there is that opportunity to look at how we can find ways to have developments within pockets of the landscape here where it wouldn't actually have that great impact. A few more photographs from further afield then. So these 2 photographs are showing you the site within the context of Hutton as you see it from the wider landscape. And again, I think there's the opportunity here to say that the site itself does have that ability as it drops down towards the edge of Hutton to find ways in which we can start to accommodate some development there, and perhaps even to look at how we can improve that edge of the town at the moment through a bit of development which can be quite absorbed in that landscape setting. This was a plan that we produced previously. I mean, what it shows really is that initial assessment how the landscape form works around the edge of the settlement there. And I think the real lesson we learned from looking at this was we don't want to, at this point in time, start looking too carefully about what that layout might look like in the future, what the capacity of the site might be in the future, because what we'd want to be doing is looking at how we can start to design something that is very much a landscape-led scheme that will be guided by a full landscape value impact assessment, so we can really understand how we can start to fit something in here which would have the least impact on the AONB principles, but also the least impact on the wider landscape as well, and keeping hold of that value. Just to emphasise, Gleeson are absolutely committed to that approach. So Zoe might want to say something at the end of the presentation, just to really emphasise that is the way that they'd want to take this forwards, to really respect and understand that landscape constraint and see what can be done to overcome it. Just for precedent, really, I thought it'd be helpful just to sort of show to members that it is possible to produce allocations in an AONB. This is actually from South Hams around Kingsbridge, from the Plymouth and South West Devon Joint Local Plan. And the site there to the west of Kingsbridge is in AONB. It was allocated in the plan. A landscape sensitive scheme was brought forwards that showed how you can actually integrate that into the wider landscape quite successfully. And so it is possible to do this. It is possible to find ways to balance out those considerations in a landscape setting and produce developments which are well located in terms of the facilities in a settlement. And just finally, in summary, as I say, Gleesons are absolutely committed to undertaking a landscape-led approach to develop this scheme. And they want to make sure that what can be produced here would have no significant impact on the AONB. And it's for that reason that we don't want to set out any layouts or numbers of homes or capacities here, because that would be completely led by that landscape analysis rather than it being driven by some kind of a target number of homes on the site. the site is available, it's deliverable, and it can be brought forward relatively quickly, because if we can get around that landscape constraint, there are very few other elements there which would stop a scheme coming forward quite quickly. So it can be something which can contribute very quickly to meeting the needs in Honiton. Gleeson are very, very keen to work with the District Council and the Town Council and local parish councils to ensure that proposals meet those local needs and can provide further benefits to Honiton, whether on site or through contributions. And also very happy to work with the timescales to fit with the local plan process and ensure that we can demonstrate that deliverability through the process at examination to show that this is a site that can come forward and contribute to needs in Honiton. Any questions from members?
Thank you very much indeed, Richard. And we have Councillor Mike Allen first, please.
Thank you very much. This particular site has been put forward so often and refused so often because of its presence inside the AONB. What makes you think that this time it should go ahead?
Thank you, Councillor. I think that this time round, obviously it's had a history of being promoted. Going back through the previous applications, I think it's probably fair to say those schemes that came forward didn't really try to address the AONB landscape constraints. The previous one in 2015 was 140 odd dwellings. So you look at the layout for that, and it's not really trying to do much that tries to accommodate the landscape setting, that tries to produce a better edge to Honiton in this location, tries to actually do any work to show how we can start to develop that more sensitive planning scheme for the site. I think the opportunity here obviously is that with a new local plan coming forwards, that allocation, if it were to be made in the plan, the policy can ensure that it really drives that landscape priority and tries to actually ensure that those principles are set down very strongly in terms of how that site can get brought forwards. And then Gleeson are very, very much committed to then looking at how they can produce a scheme which responds to that and would be far less capacity probably than the 140 that was there before. I think in terms of the HELAR, that's made an assessment around about 79 dwellings on that middle field. I think that's probably over the top as well, because we need to ensure that something is respecting the landscape in this location. So I think really it's just looking at it with a fresh pair of eyes at this stage in the local plan process and looking at whether or not there is an opportunity to look at how we can work with the council to achieve a scheme here that can really balance out those constraints and the opportunities.
Thank you very much. It's a really, really good question there, Councillor Allen. And I suppose I reflect upon what Councillor Twist said earlier, which I wrote down. What's the point of AONBs? And you can read that question both ways, can't you? How are we going to look at these in the future? Well, Richard, clear round. Nobody else wants to ask questions. So in which case, thank you for that. And if I can come back to Wendy, please, to bring in the next contributor.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, next is Amy Roberts from Bell Cornwell.
Good afternoon, I should say. Good afternoon, everyone. Wendy, do you have the slides? I think you're going to control those.
Oh, you want me to? Okay, bear with me.
Yes,
I thought you was going to. Right, I just need to call it up a moment.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, great, thanks Wendy. So I'm going to be speaking to you this afternoon about land to the south of Salterton Road in Exmouth on behalf of our client Clinton Devon Estates. As you know, Exmouth is the only Tier 1 settlement, and at present only around 300 homes will be allocated if you just go with first choice allocations. More housing sites need to be allocated so that the housing land supply contribution is proportionate to Exmouth's position at the top of the settlement hierarchy. So if we could start with the location slide, please, Wendy. Next slide. Thank you. So this is just to show you the extent of the site, the location of the site, and also to give you a little bit of local context. So the site is on the eastern side of Exmouth. It has a long road frontage directly onto Salterton Road with good public transport links. You have Little Liverton Business Park opposite, which you can just about see there to the north. Then further along Salterton Road, you have the large Tesco Superstore, Lidl and other retail facilities. You have Littleham and the coast to the south. And as it stands, there are existing pedestrian routes through the site. Clinton Devon Estates, our client, knows this area of Exmouth very well. There's Littleham Plum Park to the west. You've got Douglas Gardens to the west, which is one of the first choice sites. Also Littleham Fields to the west, a preferred allocation. You have Liverton Business Park, phase 3 to the north on the other side of Salterton Road. So this area generally, this part of Exmouth, or this side of Exmouth, has been under consideration for a long time. Next slide, please, Wendy. Thank you very much. Hopefully you can see some of that. Apologies for the small quality. It's just hard to get portrait plans onto PowerPoint slides, but we'll do our best. So Clinton Devon Estates has had some proper analysis done by LHC Design. I've done some rational analysis looking at opportunities and constraints. LHC is very familiar with the issues and they've identified key opportunities to work with and around. They've started to consider connections across the site, setting issues, and from that they've looked at what might come out of this, which takes us on to the next slide, please, Wendy. Thank you. So this slide shows the site's potential. First and foremost, this is a very sensible location. If you accept that more housing sites need to be allocated in Exmouth, and that allocations need to make a significant impact on housing land supply, then this is a good, sensible location and the most sustainable of the site options for Exmouth. When considering growth options, if you go in a northwesterly direction, you have issues relating to coalescence with Lynston. To the south, you've got the coast. To the west, you've got the estuary. To the northeast, Pebblebed Heaths. And there are complexities associated there, obviously. So therefore, it's difficult to locate housing in Exmouth. This site is very sustainably located. It's next to employment. As we said, it's Liverton Business Park on the opposite side of the road, and other retail and commercial uses along Salterton Road. Really good access to Exmouth and the Littleham facilities and to the coast for new residents. So looking at the site merits here, this site has the advantage of being less complex and relatively straightforward compared to others that are being put forward for the reasons I said about proximity to Pebblebed Heath, ex-estuary, etc. It's not near to the coast. And also this is in single ownership, which makes things a lot more straightforward. It has a real strategic value to it due to the size of the land availability, which is around 31 hectares, just under. As was the case for the previous presentation, we recognise that this is an AONB location, but believe that the impact can be managed. And there are lots of opportunities here and lots of land availability to really dig into that. The landowner takes a very pragmatic approach to development and has an excellent track record, which has been demonstrated elsewhere in the district, very much a legacy landowner and take a bigger view. For example, with Plum Park to the west of this site, the estate still has design control there, really developing a reputation for quality. With the land that's available here, this site has significant housing potential and could accommodate 400 to 450 dwellings comfortably. So it could really have an impact on housing land supply figures. And with that number, there would be very substantial areas of landscaping. It could be a 50-50 ratio of development to landscaping, infrastructure, green space. It's about 15 hectares of green space, open space, infrastructure. The site could deliver all necessary biodiversity net gain, landscaping, open space, etc., in ways that others can't because of the land availability. And Clinton Devon Estates also has additional holdings, so also more room for manoeuvre with regards to SANGs, etc., which puts them in a strong position. The site can also deliver employment as part of a mixed-use development. The area is shown in lilac at the top of the site there on the southern side of Salterton Road. So perhaps Liverton Business Park Phase 4. Another strong opportunity here relates to traffic impact. You've got Sandy Bay Caravan Park to the south, and traffic from the caravan park goes up through Littleham and up to Littleham Cross. And there's an opportunity here to take some or all of the traffic out of this area if necessary by providing a new direct link up to Salterton Road. And that's just shown indicatively on that plan with the grey hatched line. There could be a possible new access off Castle Lane, which we appreciate is very narrow in part, but the lower section might be able to accommodate higher levels of traffic. It's certainly something to look into and explore in a lot more detail to consider ways to alleviate existing traffic issues and increase permeability through the site. Perhaps also linkages for residents of Capel Lane and around to the west. And the site can also facilitate cycling and sustainable transport links, again, to increase permeability through the site. If we could go to the final slide, please. Wendy. Thank you. So just ending with a summary of the key merits. Highly sustainable location, very obvious location for growth with the fewest constraints when considering constraints that other sites are faced with. Significant housing potential to make a real impact on housing land supply figures. It could provide additional employment around 1.5 hectares, perhaps, although detailed layouts would be worked up in due course. There are the highways benefits that I talked about, alleviating some of the issues relating to Sandy Bay and Littleham Cross. Delivery of significant landscaping, biodiversity net gain, enhancements, and it's a developer that has a very good track record. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Amy, very much indeed for that. Members, we've got a number of people with questions there. If I can ask you to ask your question within sort of 1 minute, if that's agreeable to you, just to help us make progress. Councillor Paul Hayward, please.
Thank you, Chair. The question is really just the issue of the prudence of bringing all that traffic, not to mention additional Littleham traffic. I'm a relative stranger to Exmouth, but every time I go into Exmouth, the biggest pinch point I come across is the entrance to the McDonald's and the trading estate and the retail park, and sticking an entrance there I can't see would be particularly wise. And I would seek some reassurance from a traffic expert that I'm sure you've consulted that would be. Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this stage, the analysis that we've done has been higher level, and absolutely we'd need detailed advice from highways consultants and a full suite of other consultants. The plan that we showed on the slide there was just an initial feasibility work showing potential links and how there could be different connectivity links through the site, but that would of course be worked up properly alongside transport consultants to deal with things like capacity, etc. But we'd be very much looking to try to alleviate, look where the current issues are at the moment and look to alleviate those, and also make sure that the site could be self-sufficient in terms of controlling its own traffic impact.
Thank you, Councillor Hayward. I almost thought you should be declaring an interest there in terms of traffic movements into McDonald's, but then I would have to. Well, so we won't go there. Can we come to Councillor Brewster Sarum next, please, Bruce?
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chair. A couple of very quick questions. We're looking at, you say, 400 to 450 houses. How many of those houses will be marketed as affordable? How much community consultation has been carried out? And if you did carry out the consultation, what is the feedback? And my last question is the infrastructure. As you know, we are all struggling with South West Water. Will you be able to guarantee the infrastructure will be suitable, given that we don't want any catastrophes there? As you quite rightly point out in your presentation, this is an area within the AONB, and your presentation was very, very lucid and very, very clear. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to ask these questions. Thank you, Chair.
Right, I'll try to remember those. The first one, affordable housing. This will obviously need to be discussed in detail in due course. Clinton Devon Estates is willing to discuss that further in a very pragmatic way. It's not in my gift at the moment to agree, percentages of affordable housing, but I would just say at this stage that members can take comfort that the estate takes a very open-minded, pragmatic approach with regards to affordable housing, as has been demonstrated elsewhere, Short Furlong and Beer, to give an example. Apologies, you might have to remind me of some of the other questions. The infrastructure question, absolutely similar to the answer I gave about transport impact. We would need to make sure that the development and the proposed development worked technically, and all that detail would be worked out in due course. There's a question about
consultation, I think, Amy was.
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you. I'd have to check, to be honest. I'm not aware of any consultation that has taken place at this stage. But like I said, I'd have to get back to you on that. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm not aware that any has been done at this stage, other than representations and promotion through the local plan, because we're not at a stage yet where there are any detailed designs or layout that we could consult on. So that's something that would follow, I believe.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you very much, Bruce. Councillor Jeff Young, please, Jeff.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it benefits from not being close to the Lympston-Exmouth gap. I would like to have more details on the footpaths and the cycleways and how they're going to be treated. Overcoming the issue of it being in the ANOB, how can we offset that?
Yeah.
Seeing it's normal farmland and it's not on the coastal strip or on the pebble beds, there's different aspects to how we can view the loss of this land and the net gains of this site against other ones around Exmouth. Thank you.
Okay, Amy, I'm not sure there was a question in there unless you picked one up particularly.
I can talk just generally about there's a point about connectivity through the site. The plan that was shown, and apologies again if it wasn't very clear on the slide due to it being in portraits, but again, repeat myself a bit, but it is high level at this stage, but we have looked at vehicular access and routes through, pedestrian links connecting up to existing public rights of way that go through the site, cycling routes, etc. So all to be fine-tuned in due course, but just to make the point that we are thinking about that already and looking at the opportunities and how that could work. And in terms of the AONB location, yes, it is all AONB. But the luxury that we have here is that it's such a large area of land with the 31 hectares. And we'd be looking at probably, based on initial analysis, again, to be fine-tuned, but probably about 50-50 ratio of development to open space / landscaping, BNG, green infrastructure, etc. So there's a lot of room to play with there in terms of managing that impact and making sure there are really significant landscape buffers, for example. And again, I'd like to just reiterate that it comes back to the point that it is very difficult to find sites in Exmouth, bearing in mind that it's tier 1 settlement. At the moment, the contribution it's making to housing land supply isn't proportionate to that settlement. But if you're considering proximity to Pebblebed Heath, that other sites have, or estuary, and the important designations there, the coast obviously can't go that direction, and coalescence with Lympston issues there. Yes, it's AONB, but that impact can be managed. And again, Clinton Devon Estates has demonstrated how it's done that elsewhere successfully.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you very much for those questions, Jeff, as well. Councillor Philip Skinner, for your question, please.
Thank you, Amy. I know this land over many years has been, and I know you touched on it earlier, been on the skyline a little bit and how you're going to work that in. But some of the constraints in Exmouth are really much around. And of course, I understand about housing numbers, but we've got lots of other issues as well. And employment space is one.
Yeah.
We've really got a real severe lack of employment space. And I know Clinton have been doing their part, Liverton 1, Liverton 2, and the like, and all those things. Employment space is something I wish would take a higher, if you like, priority. Although you did discuss earlier, if I'm correct, in saying that Liverton 3 or whatever the employment space you're looking to punch on with that. But my question really is going to face down around. I mean, I know this land ever so well. I mean, I was born or less, but it's the Sandy Bay thing. So there is a real issue with vehicles and Sandy Bay and all that, and not to denigrate Sandy Bay in any shape, way or form. We want holiday and rest tourism and all those things. But I'm really interested in the road, how you're going to manage coming down to Castle Lane, knowing the constraints between the church and the churchyard at the bottom, and then the cottages the other side with the brook, and how you're going to manage those things. I'm really interested to know how that works, because actually it sounds really positive to me, but I just don't know how you're going to get, unless you've got cars that fly. I'm not quite sure how you're going to get through that, but I'm really interested in that. That's my question, really, how you manage that road. Really interesting.
Yeah, well, that's something that we'd have to look into in a lot of detail, because, as you said, there are constraints there. It's not necessarily straightforward, but it's just making the point that we're conscious of that local issue with regards to the Sandy Bay traffic, Littleham Cross congestion, etc. And again, because the land availability, there is the opportunity to provide that vehicular link through and try to alleviate some of that impact. But yes, we'd have to explore Castle Lane and the capacity, safety, visibility space, etc. from there to make sure it was technically doable. And that's something that would be worked up as part of any detailed layout designs. Your employment question, as it stands on this indicative layout, we're showing that area of employment at the top of the site, which is roughly 1.5 hectares of employment space. And that could potentially be viewed as a Liverton Business Park phase 4, perhaps. Again, layout isn't fixed at this stage. It could be a different configuration, etc. But yes, the intention would be some sort of mixed use development here. So focus on housing to make a significant contribution to the housing land supply, but also employment alongside.
Could I just add just one quickie to that, was that when the Plum Park scheme came through, some of that was gotten by, I think Clinton Estates is going to love me for this, was by appeal. And actually they had put in mitigation works for road works for Littleham Cross. And then when they won the appeal, they didn't have to do it. So just remind them that actually there's a little bit of money in the pot to do something better here. And for Mr. Councillor Hayward, it might be, if he's trying to get into McDonald's, we might actually get something like a roundabout there, which may just about alleviate everything. So that's maybe a scheme of working.
And that's a roundabout is something that is being thought about there for that exact reason.
Thanks.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Skinner, for that roundabout into McDonald's concept there. So, Councillor Paul Miller, please.
Thank you, Chair. Pursuant to the excellent point that Councillor Hayward made on traffic and some of the points made by Councillor Young on cycling, would Amy be prepared to meet with Exmouth Town councillors, district councillors and the county councillors to discuss how we're going to maximise this cycle connectivity? Because it's a key issue. I understand Amy has to go into more detail, but I do think with this site, then there's a need to work with all the councils to see how we can maximise that, because as Councillor Hayward said, there is a big traffic issue there, and we want to do everything we can to reduce that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Clinton Devon Estates, as are we, are very aware of that issue and that being important locally. So yes, I'm sure we're very willing to engage with all the relevant parties at the appropriate time, just to work out how that's going to work and how that's going to be delivered.
Thanks, Amy. Councillor Nicole, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Amy, for your presentation. You've raised some very interesting proposals. I'm not in favour of building on the AONB. I'll state that here and now. However, the direct link from the Salterton Road down towards Sandy Bay is something that was in the Exmouth Neighbourhood Plan. It's been there. However, I think coming down Castle Lane is not necessarily a good idea. So my first question is going to be really, are you going to pay, is the developer going to pay for this new road?
I don't have the answer to that. I don't know all the ins and outs and all the viability implications, but yeah, presumably, a contribution to or deliver. Like I said, I don't have the answer to that, but we'd be very aware that as part of this development, we'd have to be able to deliver something that was going to work and be self-serving and not create any problems. It might be, so this route through that we've shown at the moment on this plan is an option. It's a high level option. Note the concerns that have been raised about Castle Lane, which we are aware of. So, it might not end up looking exactly like this. This is just an option that we're starting to explore and looking into the feasibility of that. Obviously, we need to do a lot more analysis into Castle Lane, etc., and then get a better understanding of how it would work, how it would need to look, how it would need to be laid out, etc. Work out what that would cost. Is that viable? How's that going to be delivered? There's obviously on top of that be the SIL contribution that would come along with any development here, which would be a sum of money going into the pot for local infrastructure. So all issues that we're very aware that need to be considered and properly thought out to make sure that they are deliverable.
Thank you for that. My second question is that this seems to be a very flexible scheme. You've not made very specific recommendations apart from saying about the housing. In terms of infrastructure, at the present time there's a big row going on in Exmouth about parking. I've always been a fan of park and ride, something that's not popular in East Devon. Perhaps would the developer consider allocating land for a park and ride scheme within the site?
It's something that I can raise.
Thank you. That's all I ask. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ollie Davey, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thanks for that, Amy. Yeah, I can see this is a logical extension of Exmouth in some ways. You're opposite the industrial estate there. And there is an opportunity, as you've kind of hinted at, for a sensitive, low impact development, though of course we are nibbling away at the edges of the AONB with practically every presentation today. I'm not sure about displacing the Sandy Bay traffic. I think you're just taking it from one junction and to another. And obviously you'd have to work out how you're going to cross the cycle path, which is one of the attractions actually, that this development straddles the existing cycle path. So you have got some cycle and walking routes there going right through the middle of your proposed site. Would you be, obviously one of the joys of that cycle path is the farmland on either side, and instead you're going to see housing on either side. What would you think of in terms of screening from the cycle path to reduce the impact on that and to maintain the pleasure of that cycle route at the moment?
Yeah, we certainly have to think about that as part of any detailed layout work that we do. There's going to be an awful lot of landscaping here, details which would need to be worked out. So, planting, hedges, trees, etc. Which so again, coming back to that 50-50 ratio, it's not all just going to be built up. That the screening point obviously also has to be balanced with like safety issues like overlooking, etc. So yeah, another point that we'd have to take into consideration. I note your point that at the moment it sounds like a pleasurable route through, and you don't want to just be all built up. But again, I just think it would be a very heavily landscaping-led scheme because of the location within the OMB and because of the space they have available here, and every effort would be made to make these pedestrian routes, green routes, cycling routes, etc., as aesthetically pleasing as possible.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you very much for that question. Ollie, two more. Councillor Maddie Chapman, Councillor Frigagel. Maddie, please, first.
Thank you, Chair. My problem with this is Sandy Bay has grown, as we all know, over the years. And with Sandy Bay and Budley, the sewerage in Littleham goes down Mare Lane. And those councillors that are on scrutiny know, South West Water know, we have a great deal of problems there because we have the sewerage works down there as well, and we've had flooding of sewerage in Mare Lane quite a few times. I am just worried that you're just going to plug into this with all these houses, and it's just going to make it worse. I understand from what we were told by South West Water that they're doing some work at the sewerage works at the moment, which is going to cost over £1 million. If we add all these extra houses on top, it's not going to be enough to service all these houses.
Yeah.
We've also had the flooding of the overflow sewage tanks down on the Mare, where they have to send tankers down to pump the sewerage out. And that is my worry. Never mind cycle tracks or anything else. It is the sewerage problems and the old pipes that you'll be linking up to, which is going to cause the problems.
So, Maddie, can I ask for a question on sewage?
Yes. Have they actually asked South West Water what is happening at the sewerage works in Mare Lane? And what can they do? Or do we have to put in new pipes, is what I'm asking, before we think about hedges and screening and everything else. I think it's really, really important. I mean, it's really desperate stuff. And I really think...
So Amy, can you give us an answer on what on the detail of any research?
Yes, I don't know whether Clinton Devon Estates or any of their agents have had any discussions. Oh, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
So I lost my signal. Yep. Then. Yeah, I don't know whether Clinton Devon Estates or any of their agents have had any direct discussions with South West Water about that issue. Any application or scheme would need to be supported obviously by a detailed drainage strategy, looking at both surface water and foul sewage, and it would need to be demonstrated that it could serve itself. But I'm afraid I don't know at this stage whether any of those discussions have been had, and if so, how far they've got with those.
Yeah, it's a great worry.
Thanks very much, Maddie. Amy. Funnily enough, I was literally about to say that the point that Maddie's made was picked up by Fred earlier on another application. And here we are, the last speaker, Fred Cahill, please. Councillor Cahill.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I can assure you I'm not going to talk about sewage. Thanks very much for your presentation. And I'm not going to try and bombard you with questions that you can't answer, because you've already illustrated that there's lots of questions you can't answer at this stage. But there is a couple of things that I'd like to ask of you. Firstly, starting with the fact that there is a application in for a new road between the far end of Deanon Way and the Exeter Road. Now, we haven't got a decision on that road yet. Should the decision come to us that they're not going to, the government's not going to provide the money to fulfil that road, would you still be looking at building a road down to Castle Lane and Sandy Bay or not? That's the first thing. Secondly, there's a clear distinction between business parks and industrial estates. And I'm sure that it says Liverton Business Park on the sign outside Liverton. So it's largely business with low employment. So, you know, we lost 3 major outlets for industry in Exmouth a long time ago. And as we all know, we are a dormitory town for people that work either further afield in the country or up into Exeter and other places. Now, what I would ask, and this is my question, is that we've seen 350 or more at Plum Park. We've seen development down at Pankhurst site, which is almost fully occupied apart from the last few. 350 coming in at Goodmoors. You're now talking about 400 and 450. 20,000 people occupy Sandy Bay during the school holiday. Never mind about the population of Exmouth. Now, we have a Tesco supermarket down the road. Even if you go in there in the middle of the day, there's no trolleys, no baskets. It is full of holiday makers. So maybe it's something you could look at in securing a new supermarket as part of your development, which would provide some local jobs, and maybe set up a business deal where, I don't know, sometimes you get supermarkets to pay for sports and such like, and you know, have a sports complex up there, a new swimming pool perhaps. This would be really radical, because, you know, the one that we've got in Exmouth is very small and was paid for by the local populace. So, you know, there is ways of doing things, but I'd be interested to see how your answers develop. So
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Okay. Just to respond to that, as it stands at the moment, we've shown a potential employment area, haven't dug down yet into precisely what form that would take. Would that be offices? Would that be sort of like general industrial, you know, to be considered? And could also consider other types of non-traditional employment uses, as you said, retail, for example. I know we've already got the Tesco on the other side of Salterton Road, there's Lidl, etc. But a point to consider, and a point that I can raise with my client. And the point that you were asking about the road, my understanding here is that we are looking at ways to, and Clinton Devon's looking at ways to increase permeability through the site and looking at all the different permeability options, which is why they've indicated this road, and that's something they would be looking to, you know, deliver regardless, if it's feasible, and if it works technically, like regardless of what's going on elsewhere.
Okay, thank you for the answer.
Thanks, Fred. Thanks very much, Amy. I believe, yes, that is the end of that. Thank you very much indeed, Amy. And so with no further... Oh, sorry, Amy, go on.
No, I was just saying thank you, members. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you. So back to you, Wendy, for our next contributor, please.
Thank you. So next we have David Seton from PCL Planning, who will be presenting on 3 sites. David, I've made you co-host, so when you're ready, would you like to share your screen?
Yes, I believe we've done that, Wendy, yes? Can you see?
No, I can't. No, there's nothing. I can just see your 3 faces at the moment. So there should be a green share screen icon somewhere. So you need to click on that one. I'm happy to do it for you. I can, if you give me guidance.
Is that shared now, Wendy?
It is. You will need to maximize it though.
Yeah. Sorry about this. Just
that's right. If you just click right at the top, the square right at the top next to the cross and the dash. Keep going up.
Left a bit, left a bit. Look, God.
That's it.
Good. I'm glad there's someone more technically proficient than me. So yes, David Seton from PCL Planning. On my right is Tim Bright from Vectos, who is a transport consultant. And to his right is Nickio from 3 West. And 3 West are the likely developers of all of these 3 sites. Now, I'm in the fortunate position of being able to present now 3 sites, none of which are within the AONB. So hopefully, you know, we don't have to worry about that. So the first site is the land at St John's at Exmouth. Now, what we are showing here is something quite different to this site that was originally promoted to the council as a woodland village. That was a much larger site, and it's the one that is shown here on the image on the left. And that larger site was criticised for impacts upon heritage and landscape. Now, my clients have listened to those criticisms and that they've responded with a revised significantly reduced proposal that can be delivered from land entirely under their control. And the proposal is quite distinct from the much larger St John's proposal that was put forward earlier in the plan review process. And this area of land here, outlined in red, we do consider does not give rise to any heritage or landscape concerns. The proposal lies outside the AONB and it will have no or negligible impact on the AONB. We haven't at this stage done a full landscape and visual impact appraisal, but we have looked at key viewpoints from the AONB back into the site and the way that the landform works, and that the land is falling away back to the existing urban edge. We don't think there are many viewpoints at all that you would be able to see resultant development from. In terms of access, I'll just cover this rather quickly. The main access will be the red line here via the Deanon Way and Southern Wood into the site. There is a secondary form, which is probably going, we would think as a more of an emergency access and pedestrian cycleway, which is the blue line. And then while not entirely in control, our client's control, there is a relationship between our client's land boundary and Clinton Devon Estates land boundary, and a possibility of an access into the existing Liverton Business Park. So the site is well related to the existing Liverton Business Park, which is here, and the area of development is proposed here. It's well contained visually. It has no negative impact upon the setting of St John's Church. It's well enclosed, and we consider it represents a rounding off of the area between St John's and the Salterton Road employment area. We do consider it's a site suitable for a discrete residential development that would be well linked to nearby employment uses. I'm going to ask Tim just to cover the key points about the proposed access.
Thank you, David. Yes, just sort of reading on. So residents of the site will benefit from close proximity to employment, schools, recreation space and local facilities, as such as an opportunity to influence residents' preferred mode of transport, switching away from car use and promoting active and healthy lifestyles. The improved pedestrian cycle links between Bystock and St John's to Salterton Road employment areas would be beneficial for existing as well as new residents. So access from the southern boundary of the site could be achieved via the existing residential estate roads of Southernwood and Meadowview Road. The extent of the adopted highway at the end of Southernwood directly abuts the site boundary, providing an opportunity for highway access, including pedestrian and cycle access into the site. There are no significant trees which will be impacted with the creation of the proposed access route, and a horticultural consultant has been consulted already, and we've had their initial viewpoints as well. So Southernwood is approximately 6 metres in width and accommodates a level of on-street parking at the moment. But even with access restricted in this manner, research suggests that a single track road with passing places can still accommodate traffic levels of between 150 to 300 vehicles per hour, far in excess of that generated by 75 dwellings, which is probably in the region of 30 to 35 vehicle trips during the peak hour. Obviously, David's talked briefly about the secondary emergency access. So this could be achieved via an existing track to St John's with a potential for secondary pedestrian and cycle access. And again, with regards to the Liverton Industrial Estate or Business Park to the south, whilst this isn't required from a technical perspective, a further point of access could be accommodated via the business park in the future.
So just to conclude, members, that we do consider the site is suitable to deliver certainly circa 75 units. And we talk about that in initial phase. And by initial phase, we mean this field here. Now, the adjacent field here that my cursor is on at the moment, if that was to be developed as well, that would enable more like 150 units to be developed out of the site. We're quite flexible about this because we've effectively been working back from the access, looking at the capacity of that. That's why at the moment we're suggesting this block of land, which we think is effectively free from landscape and heritage constraints. And it does present this rounding off opportunity, but we would be flexible, and we do need to do a little bit further work on developing these circulatory points of access which are shown here with the main route in and the route back, for either 75 or 150 units, depending on what the answer to the technical work is. So that's the presentation, and we're here as a small panel to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much indeed for that. Okay, first question is from Councillor Jeff Young, please, Jeff.
Thank you. Yeah, St John's Church is a key to all of this. It needs to be carefully managed. Any building around St John's Church. Access off Deanon Way. That's quite a fast bit of road. I know it's 30, but generally it's faster than that. So the care needs to be thought of that. I wonder how that's going to be done. And is there a possibility of getting a town to the common multi-use trail, possibly negotiating with other landowners like Clinton Devon? Thank you.
In answer to that, yes, I think that the St John's Church is the key, and I think we've overcome that by reducing the development in the scale that we have. In terms of Deanon Way, well, the access comes off Deanon Way via Southernwood, so there's no high traffic speeds. They are relatively slow as you come down Southernwood and into the site. And in terms of town to common, etc., said we can look at this purple arrow as a access into the employment area, but equally there's this open space which lies to the southwest of the site, and we can make linkage into that as well.
Thank you very much for that answer. Thank you, Jeff, and for the brevity of that question as well. We have a sea of people here, so if you can be as brief as you can, but although don't hurry unnecessarily. Councillor Miller, please.
Thanks, Chair. Given the likely ecological impact of developing on this site, I'm really interested in the potential for social value. My view has always been that if it's going to cause environmental harm, at least the housing can go to people that need it. Of the 75 units, can I ask how many they reckon would be affordable or potentially affordable?
That would be in line with the council's policy on affordable housing. We're not looking to derogate from the council's affordable housing policy.
Thank you for that very excellent question, Councillor Miller, and for what I would describe as the standard answer, which I understand. Councillor Bailey, please.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Could somebody tell me the EDDC reference number for this site, please?
I think it's Exmouth 20.
Thank you.
Well, that was the easiest question of the day. Thank you very much for that. We'll come to Councillor Philip Skinner. As easy as that would be nice. Phil, over to you.
Yeah, I'm afraid I won't be that easy. But listen, this I know this. You all know I know this these areas really well. Well, I think a couple of questions, but could I just hit the first one first? What? Sorry, I've forgotten the name. Sorry, what were you? Sorry, what you called again? Sorry. The name of the
Seton from PCL Planning.
Dave.
That's your first question, Councillor Skinner. You only got one left.
Sorry, because the names. I've got this picture and I don't have the people up here. I suppose. Could you tell me, Mr. Seton? Could you tell me what is the sort of how many units per acre? Taking the first bit that you did 75, and you went around. You had your cursor around the field for the top bit that you were saying here's a bit of an easier win. How many units per acre is that? Do you know what that is?
I don't have a precise figure to hand in terms of both gross and net developable areas. There are, it's relatively low because obviously you can see on this slide, you've got a kind of larger green area behind. So if you took the net area, which is just the area where we're proposing things, then I think you'll be in excess of 30 per hectare, but you'll be at a lower figure if you took the larger gross area. But part of the reason for this area being left green is because we are suggesting that that is used to provide a biodiversity net gain by buffering up, you know, in there, needed for some surface water drainage as well. So it's a bit of a difficult one, whether you're looking at gross or net.
Yeah. But I think my second, the reason I wanted to ask that question was because in knowing this land like I do, and actually touching a little bit on what Councillor Miller was suggesting on in you know, whom are we providing houses for and the likes. I think there's a real opportunity with this site and dare I say in working.
Bill, because of our time, I'm really sorry we're running it. Can you get to a question on that, please? I'd be very grateful.
Yeah, well, I am. You'll understand where I'm going to when I get there. So I do need, if you don't mind, Chair, a bit of a build up to this because it's a bit radical.
You got 30 seconds, Phil. Build up.
So I just happen to believe that there's a way of doing development in a different way. And I think, would you be open to a suggestion of looking at developments in a different way and not the conventional way that they've been done in the past, in the way that trying to really provide housing in a way that is conducive, A, to the area and the setting of where you're going to be, and secondly, the type of housing and providing housing at an affordable level that doesn't necessarily have to fit in with the conventional way of us doing things. That's the question I'd like to ask, because it's a question I would like to move on if we possibly could.
I'll ask Nick to answer that.
Yeah, Councillor Skinner, thank you for your question. I think the honest answer to that is we'd be delighted to open a discussion with yourselves and with officers, and you know, bring forward a type of development with a mix of houses that everybody really wants to see.
Okay, thank you very much for answering for the question. Councillor Nick Hookway, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I, like Councillor Bailey, was a bit confused about exactly which site you were talking about. You are talking about Exmouth 20, but you're only talking about the southern section of it, aren't you?
Correct, yes.
Yes, okay. Well, that's very important because I, being born and bred in Exmouth, have very strong feelings about any form of development around St John in the Wilderness. And what I'd like to hear from you, really, please, is your confirmation that you have no intention whatsoever of going anywhere near St John in the Wilderness. Thank you.
That's correct. I've just scrolled back up to the slide that shows the larger development, and it is only, if you look at the cursor, I'll go around. It is only this lower block now. So all of this northern portion is something that we are now no longer promoting for development.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hookway, very much. Councillor Cagle, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have some slight reservations about this, but I would welcome it if we can see some social housing within this mix in any discussion moving forward. The word affordable is no longer, you know, it's not a concept, it's about social housing. Affordable is no longer affordable for the young people of today. What we also need to look at is when the current estate was built, we had less vehicles on the road, we had less people living in houses, because now we have lots of young people living with mum and dad, and then there's more cars. And Meadowview Road and Southern Wood, I would think would need some work done on them before you start putting extra traffic in those roads.
Is that your question, Fred?
My question is, I'm coming to my question, thank you. So I just wanted to make that small point. You also, as a presenter, talk about employment uses and the Salterton Road employment area. It would appear that everybody wants to talk about employment area, but there's not the employment to actually provide employment for the people that you're selling houses to.
So what was the question?
Well, how are you going to sustain, you know, that you keep saying that you're going to have employment, you know, you're going to provide employment.
Okay, that's quite a nebulous question, but in your
Well,
chat,
it is a nebulous question, but you know,
yeah.
everybody says, oh, it's about employment area. No, it's not service and employment area at all, is it?
Are there any particular comments you want to come back on employment areas?
We're not actually suggesting that this is a site that is particularly well suited to employment use. We are conscious of the access route to the development, hence why we are carefully looking at the capacity of the site to deliver housing. But we don't particularly think that the access route is a good one for serving employment development, hence why we're looking into the linkage to the adjacent existing employment area. And the other point, I think, is that trends of how people work has completely changed post the pandemic, with a lot more kind of working from home. And we'll be looking at that in the unit types that we look to bring forward on the site.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Last
Can
question.
I add one further point there, Councillor?
Yeah, if it relates specifically to this.
It absolutely does. So we've got our highways consultants, Vectos, here, and they have undertaken an initial piece of work looking at the highways capabilities. And whilst we're talking about a scheme, we talked about 75 to 150 units, sort of 75 in that first piece. The road network as it stands at the moment, technically speaking, from a technical point of view, is capable of serving up to 300 homes. And that is without sort of identified improvements to the network. So you've got a block of land of in total there 30 acres, 30 plus acres, with a highways access that has already got more than adequate capabilities of serving that.
Okay, I mean, my reading of this, it's on screen. The site is suitable for a discrete residential development that will be well linked to nearby employment uses. That's the thrust of this, isn't it? Presumably, you're not providing an employment site.
That's correct, Chair, yes.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Maddie Chapman for a final brief question, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, guys, this is my ward. We have 5,000 people up there. Everyone has to go by cars. There's no shops. We're short on playing fields and clubhouses. Would you be willing to put in a playing field and a clubhouse for the local lads and girls as part of the plan?
I would have thought that that's something that we can certainly look at. I think if we're doing a playing field, we've got to find a level area for that. And if it's your ward and you know the topography, you know how it slopes down towards, as you're getting down towards the business park here. But I certainly think that we could be looking further up the site to provide something like that. Nick, do you want to add?
No, I think that covers it well. I mean, the other question is whether there are existing facilities that could be, improved slightly with a contribution. So we certainly welcome the opportunity to engage with you and explore, how we can, help to cover those points.
Thank you very much.
Everyone see, yes, guys, everyone's putting in for these developments, but the infrastructure is under so much pressure that really, it's my belief that developments that come forward should bring something for the residents other than houses and cycle tracks.
Absolutely. So, if we understood how many, properties the council felt were appropriate and what the requirements are for that, then the message here is that we'd be delighted to engage and provide.
Well, it would make it more of a community, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much. I think Councillor Chapman's point is extremely well made. It was interesting to see your cursor go to the land above, which there isn't. You're saying you're not interested in bringing that forward. My understanding of Exmouth playing field capacity is full to bursting. So even if there was some, very welcome SIL contribution or something to a site elsewhere in Exmouth, what they actually need is new sites. I think is probably, Maddie, what you would agree with. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I'd be thrilled.
Okay, good. Right, thank you very much indeed, everybody, for that. That's been given a thorough airing. We now have our final presentation before we take a break. Back to you, please, Wendy.
Chair,
yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to let you know that David Seton had 2 more sites to present. And also we do have Jamie Grant presenting a Sidmouth site.
Right. In which case, sorry, David. Yes.
That's all right. I will try and be as quick as I can, because I think both of these sites are actually on your A list of sites, at the moment. So hopefully we don't have to take up too much time. So firstly, we've got Coles Field at Exmouth. Coles is an extension of the existing Goodmoors Farm site. The site's well defined with existing field boundaries containing the areas proposed for development. It can be accessed from the existing Goodmoors Farm site, and that's down here to the southwest. So no new road junctions onto the primary road network need to be created. There are 4 existing oak trees that can be retained as part of the development of the site, assisting the development to integrate into its surroundings in an acceptable manner. There are no infrastructure or other constraints that will fetter development of the site, and therefore it can deliver a policy compliant level of affordable housing provision. Therefore, we suggest that the Coles site is both available and suitable for development and can make an early contribution to meeting housing needs. That's all we really need to, I think, hopefully say on that site, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed for that. Just looking for any questions rather than comments coming from members. There are none. So David, if you want to go on to, I think it's the Lympstone one now, is it? No, sorry, it's of course.
Yes, we're staying in Exmouth, Chair. Yes, it's land to the west of Hutton Road. And
sorry, can I stop you very briefly? Councillor Armstrong's hand has gone up, and that may be about the last one. Megan, was there a question on the last one there?
Well, yes, and it's also connected to the previous one that David talked about, and also presumably to the next one. So shall I just wait until he's finished the next one?
That's great. Thanks, Megan. Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the site to the west of Hutton Road. It's to the north of Woodlands Drive and the south of Summer Lane, which is up here. It's an interesting piece of land in that I think it's basically a remnant. It's a site that we consider it's well suited for residential development, integrating well with the neighbouring residential sites to the south and to the east, and it would form a seamless addition to Exmouth. The development would complement the existing dwellings to the east of Hutton Road that predominantly front Chaucer Rise as you exit the town to the north. The existing field access provides good visibility in both northerly and southerly directions, since it lies on the outside of a slight bend, and a simple widening of these existing access provide a suitable access to the site. These images are taken from that existing field gate. So the one on the left is looking north and the one on the right is looking south. Now, I said before that I thought it was a remnant. 1987, the land to the north and the west of the site was designated as a Grade 2 listed park and garden. So that's the à la Ronde and the Point in View sites. It's our understanding that this site doesn't form part of that designation. Our clients informed us that they didn't receive any notice when that designation was made in 87, and at that time they were in ownership of the site. Likewise, we've checked the official list entries for both of those properties. The site's not identified, and there's no heritage value that's highlighted, no link to the neighbouring Grade 2 park and garden. And I can show that from this. The site's well insulated from neighbouring fields, with hedgerows as the shared boundaries. And the levels increase as you move north as the Hutton Road rises. So there's no intervisibility with the listed buildings of à la Ronde and the Point in View, because they are over the ridge. There's some intrepid traveller that's pitched a tent here, not something that we asked them to do. but it kind of shows that where you are at the top part of the site, and that there is no intervisibility, therefore, with the listed buildings nor their settings. I just nip back quickly to the layout here, and we're suggesting that this upper area, that's the area that could be used to provide the public open space within the development, and these lower areas are actually used to accommodate dwellings to reinforce that separation with the setting of the listed buildings by providing that open space up there at the higher point of the site, so you don't get any visual interrelationship. So we therefore conclude that the site represents an available and deliverable infill site that can be developed early in the plan review period, thereby contributing quickly to delivering the housing land supply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll come to Megan first, please, because she's been waiting. Councillor Armstrong, please.
Well, thank you, Chair. Yes, first of all, I just wanted to ask you, Paul, will we be discussing in a bit more detail under, I think it's item 8, under the various areas, so that some of my questions might be better discussed at that point?
Yes, Megan, we will.
Will we go into each town separately? Will we?
We will. And to be honest with you, yeah, I think we'll get to Exmouth this afternoon. I'm not sure we'll get much beyond at this stage, maybe Thomas. Yeah.
But it's a question, well, it's just a question really I wanted to ask Ed for my clarity, really. The main thing at the moment is, although Mr. David did say that it's not, none of the three sites are in the AONB, they are actually all outside the built-up area boundary, and they are all on greenfield sites, as opposed to brownfield sites. And I just wanted to check with Ed what our policy is on both of those, a built-up area boundary and building on greenfield sites, because that really worries me.
Who is that a question for, Megan?
It's for Ed.
Let's save that question until after lunch then, because these are the questions for the people putting forward the proposals.
Well, can I just say as well about the yes, I'll perhaps leave it till later. I've got quite a few things to say, so I don't want to delay it right now.
Okay, that's fine. But if there's a question you'd like to ask specifically about these schemes, of them, please, that they might answer to. Yeah,
I mean, there's a question always about, people have been talking about the affordable and social housing, and I think it was Councillor Cahill who said about the need for social housing, and I'd very, very much agree with that. And it's the viability issue. It's the viability issue, and that always comes up to bite us. We'll agree beforehand. Oh yes, there are going to be so many percentage of houses are going to be affordable. And that never really comes about. So that's an issue for me. I don't think there's anything specific. Well, there are ancient woods close to the Lympston, to the Coalsfield site, the Marley Wood, and I just really worry about that, because I think we've just got to be really careful about trees. As always, I really worry about trees, and even if we say we're going to take care of them, and we're not going to cut any down before the development, who knows what's going to happen after the development? Because I know sites where places have been built and then the residents decide they're going to cut down trees, and if they're not protected, there's not a thing we can do about it.
Okay, thanks, Mick, very much.
All my other things until later, Paul.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think there's a need to come back to the presentation team at the moment on those.
No.
This is not a question. Councillor Maddie Chapman, please, for a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I ask the gentleman concerned, the land north of Goodmore's Farm, has he seen the reports done by Heritage England, and the Bat Society and everything else that was done last time this land came forward, and it was refused then. Why have they put it forward now? Because it was deemed unsuitable with all the underground springs as well. Would you like to comment on that, please? Thank you, Lee.
Thanks, Maddie.
Sorry, Chair, can I clarify if that's a question in relation to Coles Field or the St John's proposal? With the reference to heritage, I was assuming it's in relation to St John's and not Coles Field.
Maddie, you referred to Goodmore's Farm, didn't you? Which of these sites do you have in mind when you made that point?
The site north of Goodmore's Farm.
So that'd be Coles Field. Well, if I may answer as best I can, Councillor. So I must commit, I'm not, so the Goodmore's Farm development obviously was consented. I'm not aware, so apologies if my knowledge base isn't entirely complete, but I'm not aware that the Coles Field that we talked about was part of the scheme at that time. All I can say is that we've undertaken, initial assessments relating to that site. All of the trees that are on site are retained, and not just retained, but actually are prominently positioned within our scheme. I don't know if it's worth bringing the draft proposal up there, Dave. In terms of the site itself, ecology, largely will relate to the edges of the site again, which are contained, and any layout proposal can accommodate the ecological constraints. We would provide 10% biodiversity net gain with any development. And you've got a 10-acre site there. I know the allocation is 59. We just asked our architects to produce, a layout which isn't driven by numbers, but actually retains a healthy amount of open space. And that scheme actually is based on the 75. It ends up with 75 properties. And I'm not suggesting that's the right number, but in terms of best use of land, retaining a lot of open space, etc., it shows that the scheme or the development of that site can easily accommodate the numbers proposed.
And I'd just add, with the heritage point, see the development of Goodmore's Farm to the south of the site, that's consented. And I don't think there is any heritage impact stemming from the development of this land on any listed buildings or their setting in the area to the northeast.
Okay, thank you.
Actually,
okay,
Chair,
Maddie,
if I
briefly.
could, I gave Dan Ledger paperwork on this. We had a lot of associations looking at this site, and it was turned down on damaging to wildlife and the natural environment. So I'm sure the planning department has still got paperwork relating to this. And I'm hoping Dan Ledger has passed this on to Chair, because the residents around here really do not want this site to be built on, be it houses or anything else, because of the wildlife close to the pebble bed heaths and underground springs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chapman. I'm sure that our planning officers will make sure that those documents are found, and if it's appropriate, shared with the people presenting to us now. Penultimately, Councillor Ollie Davey, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going back to the land west of Hallam Road, the site we were actually on. There's a footpath running directly across the southern edge of that, which in fact forms part of the East Devon Way. I'm assuming it's protected, and would you be looking to provide screening and so on?
Yes, I think we would as part of the detail of the development, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Paul Miller, please.
Thank you, I'll be quick. This site that we're speaking on is my ward. Pursuant to the earlier question about affordable housing, there was another site in town where the developer was keen to show social value went above the amount, the percentage the council within the local plan. Would the developer be prepared on this site to go above the minimum level of affordable housing so that it can provide social value, given that this is greenfield land? Thank you.
I mean, I think the challenge in answering that question at the moment is I don't know what the percentage of affordable housing that will be, that we have confirmed as policy is. So I think until we know where, the council will put their affordable housing percentages, I can't honestly answer that question.
We do have an existing local plan that we're operating under at the moment, which does have an existing level of expected affordable homes, if that helps.
25%.
25% provision?
I believe so.
So, I mean, we would, so we're the developer, obviously, we'll be delivering the site sort of with the landowner. So, I mean, we would need to respond to the landowner there, but I would have thought that we would be looking, certainly at the outset at looking at providing, policy compliant, certainly no less, and we can have a discussion with regard to any other additional benefit. But before we draw a close under this, Councillor, just going back to the previous councillor's comment relating to this site and former planning position, I think it just as a recollection, I think the councillor may be confusing this site with the Marley Lawn site to the northeast, where I think there was some sort of former planning history and other issues, but I don't believe those related to the Coalsfield. It's just possible. I'm suggesting, rather than confirming the detail, just there might be a case of mistaken identity here.
No, thank you. It wouldn't be the first time. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Right. Okay. Well done. For those 3 different presentations. Thank you so much for that. Now back to Wendy, and with great thanks to Mr. Grant for hanging on so long, and for members for doing so as well. We'll all just take a breath. Over to you, please, Wendy, to bring him in.
Thank you. Yep, so the final presentation is Jamie Grant from Persimmon Homes. Let me just check, Jamie, if I've made you, I'll make you co-host and then you'll be able to present. There we go.
Brilliant. Thanks, Wendy. I'll just get the presentation up quickly. Hopefully everybody can see that. Okay, so good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. As Wendy said, my name is Jamie Grant. I work in the Land Department for Persimmon Homes, Exeter. I'm here to present SID 01, our land off of Walbrook Road, which has been submitted numerous times throughout the years. And I'm hoping we're at a stage now where it might be considered more formally as part of the East Devon Local Plan Review. So the site itself is edged there in red. It measures around 17.5 acres. So just a bit of context first. So it's situated within the northwest of Sidmouth, just off the A3052. The development to the east of the site is actually an old Persimmon Charles Church scheme. It's existing residential development to the south. To the west is Bolverton Hill, and immediately to the west is an agricultural field. And to the north is an existing lane, which has situated 3 or 4 properties. So I'm just going to take it in turn going through these images here. So number 1 is a viewpoint. Number 1, you can just about see it here, looking back towards Sidmouth. So this is one of the higher points on the scheme, looking back over towards that southern boundary where the existing residential is, and also the Persimmon Homes scheme along the eastern boundary here. Number 2, that's just a street view picture from Google. So that is the agricultural access. If anything were to come forward at this location, it's likely that would be the primary access, albeit with some amendments. Number 3, so this isn't too far from the site entrance. Looking back up the valley, up Bolverton Hill, it really demonstrates the level differences. And finally, number 4, again, just a closer view back towards High Walbrook Park. You can see again the level differences, which is a common characteristic of this area. So again, just touching on what we've done since we last promoted the site. So a couple of months ago, we employed the services of G Consulting to update all of our ecology surveys, and also revise our ARB assessment. So just going to briefly run through that really. in summary, we're confident that any habitat loss can be sufficiently mitigated. I mean, those surveys are still ongoing. That may change, but I wouldn't expect it to for anything unexpected to come out really. The existing hedgerows contain a number of Category A and Category B trees. We'll look to retain all of these if anything was to come forward, design around them, make them feature of the scheme. At this stage, there are no more plans than what's shown on the screen. Really, I know old layouts have been circulated, but I'd almost put those aside so they're ancient at this stage. Really, an important feature really would be along that western boundary, which is again looking up towards Bolverton Hill. We've got a 10-metre wide back corridor there, just to offset the impact. Looking up Bolverton Hill, but also provide a dark flight corridor. Obviously, any plans that did come forward would be supported by an appropriate BNG assessment, looking at the net gain. I'm unsure what the policy is or what it will be forthcoming with regards to a percentage increase, but I would imagine the starting point will be at least 10% betterment. So why should this site be allocated? I mean, this site, as I mentioned, has been promoted a number of times already. So historically, due to it being put forward several times, I'd imagine that locals, members, the LPA, they'll be fairly familiar with it in one way or another. Previous assessments and conversations we've had have been generally positive, to be honest, with a general consensus that a development at the right time could be brought forward in a sustainable way. So just running through these points quickly, it's owned freehold by Persimmon Homes. Currently there's an agricultural tenant on it. We'd probably give them 6 months notice. Should an allocation be forthcoming at this location, then the company would pursue a planning application at an appropriate time in an appropriate manner. But the bottom line is the site would be delivered. Next 3 points kind of fall under the same sort of argument, I'd suggest. Due to the size of the site, 17.5 acres, it has the capability of providing a comprehensive scheme which meets the needs of Sidmouth as well as East Devon. We're confident as well with the ever-changing policy that anything that was forthcoming would meet local and national climate change and sustainability policies. So just going back to the 17.5 acres, I would say 3 acres of that is the north of the site, which is quite fairly overgrown, a fairly overgrown area. So excluding that, you've got about 14.5 acres. When you take into consideration the back corridor, the ecological enhancements of drainage, public open space, play areas and housing, suddenly the 14.5 acres suddenly seems fairly small, I would suggest. That being said, the site has the capability of providing an appropriate mix to meet the local housing needs to comply with the neighbourhood plan, which would include open market homes, affordable homes, first homes, accessible homes. It's also been noted that within the neighbourhood plan, there was a desire a few years ago for a park and ride. This is pre-COVID. That stance may have changed, but we've been working on the basis that there is still a requirement. So by virtue of where the site is located, we'd suggest that this still has there's still a good argument to be put forward to state that this is a suitable location for one. So the final point on this slide really is the comprehensive drainage strategy, and it really is the crux of my presentation, really, because it's something we've not really gone into a great detail on previously. So last year, Devon County Council committed Jacobs, their engineering consultants, to undertake a Walbrook flood study, which included modelling. The report was released last year. I've provided this to Wendy, so if anybody hasn't received it, then just let me know and I'll circulate that again. So the purpose of the report was to provide a high-level overview of the issue, as well as some initial options which may better the situation. So for those that aren't aware, there has been a history of surface water flooding along this Walbrook Road. And it was obviously a recognised issue, otherwise Devon County wouldn't have spent the money to really assess it. So the report in summary details the flooding history. It also goes through what the cause is really, and largely it's due to the topography in the catchment area. So the water is being directed to the Walbrook in abundance at a high velocity. So this plan, you can just make out the flood routes. The arrows obviously show the flood directions, and the different colours demonstrate the different velocities. Now, along this way, I think I counted 2 or 3 different areas of discharge into the Walbrook, which at a high flood or peak rainfall event, they just simply aren't suitable to manage the water loads. So DCC identified a few potential solutions, including drainage ditches north or south of Higher Walbrook Park along here. I don't know if you can see the cursor. And then also further along the railway track, they were looking to potentially put some ditches to intercept the flows. So the issue isn't necessarily Walbrook itself, it's how the water gets there and at the pace it gets there. So just to show you really what the situation, what's worsening the situation is, this is one of the points of discharge into the Walbrook. I'd suggest that that's nowhere near good enough when the velocity is at the rate it reaches. Another point of discharge, southeast of the site, so the water is piped then between the existing homes underneath public right-of-way and into Walbrook. Homes around that area have experienced flooding, and this is simply just a photo that I took of the Walbrook itself. So I'm just going to quickly bring up a plan which shows our work, our high-level work to date. Now, we've been in dialogue with the local flood authority to discuss this matter. We've also had several meetings on site with our engineers, because we think that it's a solution. We think that we've got a solution that could benefit the wider area and not just the site itself. So it would be straightforward to propose a scheme which almost washes its own face and simply provides an appropriate drainage strategy to suit that scheme. We think we're in a position where we can provide a drainage solution which goes some way to alleviating the wider surface water flooding issues along Walbrook Road, which is effectively due to the capacity issues at Walbrook and also how the water's getting there. So how are we going to do this? Well, bear in mind, this is an indicative plan based on our investigation to date. So we started looking at this probably 3 months ago now. It will be subject to change once we have more information and more detailed designs. But the priority is slowing down the water flows before they get to that point of discharge. So again, I'll send you this plan because I appreciate you probably can't read it very well, but I'll just talk you through it quickly. So we think that we can slow those flows down.
Can you definitely do it quickly? Because although this is of interest and relevant, we haven't got time for a long lecture on water management.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
So new swales, attenuation basins to capture the 2 different catchment areas. This is an area that we set aside for a park and ride. Underneath there could be potential geocellular storage as well as leaky dams within the ecological mitigation area. So we are confident that by providing a comprehensive drainage strategy, it will benefit the wider area in the catchment area. So obviously I'm approaching the 10-minute deadline, but hopefully the presentation provides a sufficient update regarding the site and the possible opportunities of it being an allocation potentially. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Councillor John Loudon, please.
Oh, sorry, Chair. I thought I put my video on a few minutes ago. A question to you, Chair. Is it appropriate to ask Jamie a question about this site that relates to Appendix 2 of the next item on the agenda, which is the site selection interim findings at Tier 1 and Tier 2 settlements, or not?
If you wish, although I have O levels, A levels, and even a degree, I wouldn't want to make that decision for you, John. Well, I'm happy to do a good judgment there.
Let me ask it, Chair, and if it's felt inappropriate, then I will obviously withdraw it and apologise for taking your time. So if I turn, Jamie, I don't know if you've got the agenda for this meeting, but there is a site assessment that has been done, And there are comments in there from Devon County Council Highways, which basically says that a site of this size and others, we don't have sufficient primary school capacity or secondary school capacity in the area. Does this cause you concern?
Okay, I see where you were going now, Councillor Loudon. I think that's a leading question, and I think well, let's take it as read that it causes you concern, and that probably Jamie hasn't got the answer to the education provision in the Sid Valley. So, Councillor, but good try. Councillor Paul Miller, please.
Cheers, thank you, Chair. As I understand it, Sidmouth has, even relative to other towns in the district, a lack of younger people living in the area. So referring to the appropriate mix of housing, could Jamie tell me about, if he knows, the sort of planned size of these dwellings and the proportion of 1-2 bed dwellings compared with larger family-sized homes? And then subsequent to that, referring to affordable and first homes, if our minimum within our local plan for affordable housing on sites was, say, 25%, would Persimmon in principle be prepared to exceed that percentage?
Thank you. So just with regard to the mix, I mean, we've not got a layout yet, but typically Persimmon being Persimmon, we would focus on the smaller units at the more affordable price bracket. That's what we do, really. So I'd be confident that we would be meeting local needs in that regard. With regards to the affordable housing, it just depends what it might be at the end of the day, and it depends also whether there is the need for a park and ride and X, Y, and Z. It all kind of goes into the same conversation, really, and I hate doing it, but it goes back to viability. I mean, if we've got no areas of concern with regards to viability, then it's not out of the question. But our starting point would always be the policy compliant level.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Thank you, Jamie. Councillor Richard Lawrence, please. Richard.
Thank you, Chair. Jamie, can you tell me, going on from your last answer, where you're sort of looking at smaller units, is it going to be possible to have air source heat pumps powered by solar panels for all of these new properties?
So we've actually been looking at ground source. But that's, you know, we're probably a few years off, so it's not to say that it's something we wouldn't consider, but we're looking at the ground source provision rather than the air source.
And could they be powered by solar panels as well?
I don't know the answer. Sorry, it's out of my professional capacity, but I could find the answer quite easily. I could speak to my colleagues in technical and get you that quite simply, I would imagine.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Richard. A final question, Councillor Marianne Rickson, please.
Well, I have several questions. One has been answered by in response to Councillor Miller, because I was going to ask about the mix of housing. I'm very concerned because of the history of flooding in this area, and so I note that you say you've got a comprehensive drainage strategy. Just looking quickly at the diagram, it looks as if on the northern part of this site is where the worst part of the flooding may emanate from. You're talking about drainage ditches, but surely these need to discharge somewhere. So that's one issue. Another one is that, as you recognise, Walbrook Road does flood frequently. And in fact, it does blow the manholes further down the road due to the volume and pressure of the water. My third question is, you've mentioned park and ride. If we are going to have a park and ride, I would welcome this, but there has previously been mention of a park and change. This will not benefit Sidmouth because that would just help people to change vehicle to perhaps a bus and go into Exeter. We need the trade, so we need the park and ride. Is that assured?
Any other questions, Marianne, before we come back to Jamie?
No, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Jamie, please.
Yeah, so firstly, just do the drainage. So the actual, the image that Devon County Council provided us, it actually shows the flood routes, but it's the velocity that's the issue. So providing the bunds and the ditches, they're mechanisms to slow the rates. So we wouldn't necessarily be reducing the amount of water that goes into the brook. It's slowing it at an appropriate place so that it's capable of handling that water when it gets to the point of discharge. So the proposals put forward were very much mechanisms just to slow the rate, and not necessarily divert them another route. I do note your comments regarding the drainage to the southeast of the site, and that's something that we recognise. And that was actually one of the images that I had on the presentation, showing that it's just not up to scratch really. I think that the plan that I circulated actually does state that improvement works could be provided subject to the appropriate approvals. The park and ride, this is something I messaged the town council probably 2 or 3 months ago about, just to understand what the situation was. With the lands there will be guided by local feedback. If there's obviously no clear requirement for park and change, if a park and ride is required, then we need to know about it. We'll go with what the local need is, and if that may be the case, and it's something certainly that we could provide.
Thank you very much indeed, Jamie. Now, Jamie, you have something else as well?
I'm not aware I do.
Good, excellent. That's the correct answer. Thank you very much.
Answer.
I keep cutting people off when they've got 2 more presentations to make, so I just wanted to double check that. With that, thank you, Jamie. Thank you all the people who have contributed this morning. Particular thanks to members for your patience, and gold star to Wendy Harris, our Democratic Services Officer, for managing this epic show. It was like watching sort of Telstar, satellite television or something, going back, many years. So a live broadcast, brilliant. Thank you. So where are we? We are at 10 past 2. We do need a break now. I would suggest until Vice Chair, what do you think? 2:45, Ollie? Is that about right? Or is that DSOs? Is that enough? A 35-minute break?
How about 2? 2:30. 20 minutes. Come on, let's crack on. I've got a lot to do.
Well, you may, but I think we have to bear in mind the employment rights of the people who are running this meeting for us. Shirley, what do we? You need 30 minutes, don't you? Otherwise, I'm in trouble, aren't I? Is that right?
Yes, we are allocated a 30-minute lunch break.
Right. Okay. So, Phil, you can start at 2:30 if you want, but the rest of us will be in at, let's say, 2:45. Let's say that. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. See you in a bit.
Members, can I just say that we're going to stop the live stream so we can separate the presentation from when members go into debate. Yeah, I'm going to stop it, and then we'll start the live stream again at 1:45.
Thank you, Wendy.
Sorry, I've just had a mental block. I forgot what I was doing.